Oh, the webcam. Hello, we are back with a stream. Oh, my Blender's about to crash immediately. But yeah, it's been like a year. It's been a while since we did our last stream. I think the last one was the Scorpy Jam, right?
Might have been the last one. That's kind of crazy if it is.
Yeah, because that jam took so much out of us. We just stopped streaming it because it like stopped being entertaining at all. It just got like depressing because we were so fucking tired and like that was my first experience with like real crunch. It felt crazy, but I'm very proud
Yeah,
of what we made.
I noticed it became a lot harder to work when I was talking. So I
Yeah.
had to we just have long stretches of like silence while we're both in the chat. We're both in the voice chat not saying
Well,
anything
what
for
you
like
started
4
doing
hours at a
too,
time.
you would go to the other voice chat so that we couldn't talk unless I had to talk to you. Then I would go to the other voice chat to say something and
That's
then go
right, yeah.
back. So yeah, it was like a need to talk basis so that we could focus. So yeah, there was really not much to stream anymore after we stopped, but I guess it would have been nice to have the whole process archived. But yeah, I don't know. We finished that, and then I had a school project game that I had made.
Right.
So I put a bunch of time into that right after, and after those were done, I just kind of stopped working on game development stuff completely. Initially, I just meant it as like I'll just take a break because the school project was a lot. And both of those are on our itch page, by the way, which I think is somewhere. I don't know, whatever. Um, but yeah, after that, I just took a break, and it just kept going on and on and on. And then school got really intense, so I had to take time for that. But whatever, we're done now, and hopefully we'll be doing these more regularly again. But yeah, before we go, I do just I had a quick announcement as to why, to kind of explain a little more why we were gone so long. So I'll play this presentation that'll explain everything. So yeah, I think that should wrap everything up. Why did everything break? What? Oh, there it is. So yeah, I now have, hopefully. I mean, I technically I don't have all my grades back, but the one that I'm waiting on, I'm doing fine. I'll be fine. So I should have my bachelor in computer science now, which is very exciting. My graduation's on the ceremony's on Friday.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very
Thank
good
you.
work.
But yeah, now I could focus on this a little more. The idea today is we're gonna do a jam, unless you have any last minute thoughts about that. But we figured, we just make a bunch of jars of jam, just to remember how to use Blender again. So it's a jam.
Yeah.
Because I have not really. I mean, I opened Blender a little bit. What I did is you remember, Eric, Jason's friend, or our friend, I guess, but you know him through Jason. He has a 3D printer, and he offered to 3D print some of my models. So I took a bunch of my favorite ones and like posed them in certain ways and made them have little platforms and stuff so that they would make sense as a print. That was the last time I used Blender, and that was for like an hour. Besides that, I haven't touched it since I finished Swallowed Whole.
Well, it's pretty much the same, I think.
Yeah, I
Do you
think the
have
problem is more
uh,
with me rather than with Blender changing. I just got to remember
yeah.
how to do everything, and I'm sure it'll come back to me quick. It's just been a while. Where's my phone?
Do you have Blender 3?
I don't know actually. Do I? Oh no, I have 2.92 still.
I forget. 3. I forget all the things in 3, but the main thing is that they have cycles X, I believe.
It's like a faster cycles.
Yeah. Uh, Blender 3.
I should probably upgrade. Actually, maybe we'll do that on stream real quick. Don't look at that.
Is that Dubber mixed with?
No, that's just me mixed with me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you mix yourself with yourself, it's like a fucking homunculus. Yeah, how do I remember upgrading Blender being kind of annoying because like all my add-ons and shit. But you said through the Steam version it's better.
If you do it on the Steam version, then the add-ons like stay in the Steam like local directories, so the add-ons always like carry over.
Okay, so I'm gonna close this and then. But yeah, a lot has changed since we last streamed. I'm trying to think of like big things that have passed, but I can't really think of a lot off the top of my head. Oh yeah, here's 3.1.2 is this version. So I guess I'm not gonna have any of my add-ons here, right? I don't even remember what my add-ons were. Oh, I had like I remember I had like a loop one that I liked.
Oh.
What was it? No, it was. God damn it! I don't remember what it was called. Maybe if I open up old Blender, I could see it.
Yeah, maybe. One of the benefits of oh, you know what? Hardops. You might
Oh
like
yeah, Hardops.
Hardops.
I had a Mixamo one too. I forgot.
Hardops and the other one, the other half of that is Box Cutter.
Box Cutter. Yep. I have a few that are like specific to VR chat, like Cats and I think MMD.
Yeah, Cats.
What is the one where it's like you can like smooth out vertices? You know what I mean? Like if they're kind of in a line, and they're like jagged.
that's Loop Tools.
Loop Tools. That's what I was thinking of.
That's a great one.
Where's
Relax.
that? Don't I have that? Oh, here. I guess I have to enable it. Oh wait, no.
Yeah, it might be. I think that's default. So 3.1 has a lot more default stuff too, like it installed add-ons.
And by the way, this is basically the jam. Like this
Yeah.
it has started. Like this is what we're doing.
Yeah, I don't really feel like doing an hour specifically. You know, I'd much rather just work.
Yeah, so we'll get Blender up and going. I got to get all my add-ons carried over, and then, you know, I'm gonna sit here and be like, well, how do I do UVs again? You know, it's gonna take a little while, but
Oh yeah,
we'll get back in
I
the
tried
flow.
out I tried out the Aseprite to Blender texture thing.
Oh yeah.
I feel like it, because I tried it on a laptop, so it was kind of hard. But I felt like it would be nice with 2 screens, because it really does update in real time, like in both directions. Like you can paint in Blender and it'll update in Aseprite, and you can paint in Aseprite and it'll update in Blender.
That sounds nice.
It like
Is that
runs
an
a little.
add-on?
It's a download on itch actually.
Then how do I get it into my Blender?
You download it and then install it like you would other add-ons, where you go in add-ons, you go to the top, the install, and then you use it's always a zip file. Here, I got the link. It is by Lampy Sprites.
Lampy Sprites.
Here, I got the link. It is by Lampy Sprites. Lampy
Sprites. Okay, I just had to make sure.
What channel should this go in?
Important information. I don't know.
Actually, yeah, that might.
How do I?
Oh, tutorials. Put in the
okay.
tutorials then.
Trying to make sure chat is like easily readable too. I forgot how fucking annoying this whole setup is. I need 3 monitors when I stream, I think, because I'm so used to having my second monitor just do other shit, and I like can't use it while I'm streaming.
Is
this the right thing? Is it
it's a
Pribam base?
Pribam base.
Pribambasi.
Yeah, it has little instructions.
Would it be faster for you to just walk me through it?
I mean, it's 3 steps. You just read it.
Okay.
But I could read it out loud for you if you'd like.
So I install. Well, which one do I pick? It's the Aseprite extension, or is it the zip one?
You'll have both. One for the blend. One is a Blender extension, and one is a Aseprite extension. I didn't know Aseprite could do add-ons, but the Aseprite has an add-on system.
I haven't launched Aseprite since December 7th, 2021.
I was gonna say they added Hose library to Blender.
Oh, Pose.
Yeah.
Okay, so I go launch Aseprite, drag the file called Aseprite into the window. Install. Apply.
Okay.
Now I reset. Okay, and then now I go to Blender.
And then just in Edit Preferences, install.
Oh, I already had this menu open. Damn it. God damn it. There's so many things.
You can search at the top. It's decent search. Even if you do zip or...
There we go. Pribam base. Why is it called that? What does that mean?
I don't know.
The burger menu.
Yeah. They were having fun with the names.
Save preferences. What is the burger menu? This? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like a burger.
Oh yeah.
Okay. After they're both installed, turn each of them on before drawing. In Blender, press connect at the top of the plugins panel in the viewport. Oh, I got loop tools going. That's good.
I think it's under tool. Although I gotta do it too.
Sync, I guess.
Oh, now I know. Now I understand what you were talking about. I should have been doing this at the same time.
Okay. Okay, so sync. Aseprite file sync. Do I want to run the script? Yes. Is that a bad thing to show on stream?
What?
It was like a WebSocket URL thing. Whatever. It's fine. Okay. I guess it's connected, yeah. Open any texture used in blend file normally in Aseprite. So I gotta make a texture for this box now.
Yeah. Oh, Pribam base.
Pribam base. Okay, now I just gotta open that same file now. And now if I open any texture used in the blend file, normally in Aseprite, and it will be updated in Blender as you paint. This applies to both textures created normally within Blender and textures set up by the plugin. Use image editor sprite menu to load Aseprite files as textures or create new ones. Huh?
Is it working?
No.
Um.
Oh fuck! Blender crashed.
Oh, weird.
Well, we'll warm up. Okay, connect. Connected. Well, now it's not linked to the same image, though. Shit. Sorry, what?
Oh, I forget now. Oh, the sync. Oh, file menu. That's where it says sync. Okay, I got it.
In Aseprite, yeah, but where does it say it in Blender?
In tool, and then it's just at the bottom. It's really small.
I guess it's connected. I don't know. It doesn't seem to be doing anything. It says connected.
You might have to make sure that you're like saving the file in Blender.
Oh, maybe.
I mean, like the image, you know, the little like file
Yeah.
save as.
Oh. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
this isn't updating, but this is.
No, but I think that's the wrong. It might be the wrong picture. Oh, there it goes.
Now it's not going back into Aseprite very well, though. So yeah, it stopped working. Oh, well, the red. Never mind.
I think it might just be an updating thing or something. I don't know. I'm probably not even gonna use it just because I haven't tried it before.
I want to. I don't have to say, like, send, do I?
I don't think so.
Maybe there's preferences I have to do. Start automatically. Maybe I don't want it to start automatically, actually.
Yeah. I'm gonna look for a good picture of a jam jar.
Damn it, this is so close. Open any texture used in a blend file, normally in Aseprite, and it will be updated in Blender as you paint. This applies to both textures created normally within Blender and textures set up by the plugin. Use image editor sprite menu to load Aseprite files as textures, or create new ones. So image editor, sprite, open. Oh, is it supposed to be the Aseprite file, not a PNG? Is that the point?
Maybe. I don't know. I guess it's working still. Oh, no, no, yeah, I don't know.
Oh, whoa, it sent the UV over to...
Oh.
That's pretty nice.
Huh. I don't know if you're actually painting to the texture when you're doing that, or if you're just adding another layer, you know?
Yeah, it seems it just only works one way. It's weird. And it only kind of works one way. Like, right now I just added that blue, and it hasn't been updated at all. Yeah.
Yeah, it might be just like every time you save or something. Like, it might not be real time.
I swear that post made it look a lot better, but probably is just
It was
encoded.
working better for me before.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Oh, wait, maybe that's it? Oh, now I can't
Maybe
draw on it.
maybe it has to do with the you did save as instead of save, you
Well,
know?
yeah, now I'm running the A sprite instead of...
Uh,
At least I think that's what that is. Wait, it still says Jam PNG1 though. Let's go image new and then sprite open Jam Ace. Yeah, even that way it just doesn't update I haven't got it once to like update the other way around.
weird.
So whatever. Maybe that's something for off stream later then. This looks kind of cool though. All right, I'm gonna do a jam jar for memory. I gotta really rack my brain to remember. Could I do transparency reasonably well? Could I do it like a glass jar, or would that be hard?
You'd have to do like a layer or something. Like, um, like you might want to do two textures or have like different reflections or something going into the material. Like it's all up to the material.
Okay.
Unless you want to just do like a shiny texture of some kind.
Yeah, a lot of this is just coming back pretty naturally. Because, I mean, it hasn't been that long. It's not like it's been, like, years.
Yeah.
Okay, so I feel like they kind of taper off towards the end. Is that how jam works? I don't remember. That's good. See, I better be able to use flatten. Where's flatten? Yeah, I love flatten. So you said you're not caught up on Saw, right?
No.
That just had
Where do
the
you
finale.
where do you watch it?
AMC?
Oh, it's just on TV.
Yeah. I mean, you could get it online, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been a fucking hell of a season, man. It's like getting closer and closer to Breaking Bad timeline, you know. So like,
Oh, right.
shit's getting a lot darker, and it's starting to feel a lot more like Breaking Bad. It still has its own thing to it, you know, but it's got that little bit more edge.
Nice. Is it the finale of the show?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Actually, hold on. My coding and info theory grade just got posted. Let me check. This will be my final grade that I have to worry about. Damn, I didn't do very good on the final, but I passed. So
Nice.
I passed the class. I don't think I passed the final.
Yeah.
Um, but okay,
Congrats.
that's reassuring. That's very good to see. So I got a B in OS, or I got a B in operating systems. I got a C in coding and info theory. I got a B in physics 2, and then I got an A in seminar. But I mean, whatever. That's just like writing a paper. It's like nothing.
Hmm.
Yeah, so nothing crazy, but you know, getting by. But yeah, I was saying this earlier to you, but I really do think physics 2 is like my cap. But I don't know. Maybe I could go beyond that, but physics 2 was really hard for me. I'm surprised
Yeah.
I got a B. So I just don't know
Which
if I
one is
could
that
learn.
again?
That's like electromagnetism and
Electricity. Yeah.
yeah. Well, actually, just electromagnetism, electricity and magnetism. But you know, the thesis of
Yeah.
that class is they're the same thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think
And
I'll be able to.
everything is it.
Yeah, that was like at the last second. He kind of touched on that of like, yeah, by the way, like basically everything is like falls into this.
Yeah. Like
That's like relativity, right? It's like
it's literally. I mean, it's really easy to say like, oh, you're made of atoms that are held together by electrons, and the electrons are held together by magnetism and electricity and whatnot. But that's true. Like, it's kind of
you got to
crazy.
really think about it.
Like, you know.
Okay, I'm breaking my own rule. I'm looking up a jelly jar. I made like a coffee cup.
Mine is a little tall or something.
I did like the inverse of the shape you should do.
This is the
Oh, there's like these big fucking hunkus jars too. I forgot about those.
yeah. There's a wide variety.
But yeah, I did like the straight up opposite of what you should probably do. It's more like that. Yeah. Maybe I'll do a type of a big old Jungus jar. But yeah, that class was very interesting. I think I liked physics 1 more, or I don't know what the fuck to call it, but you know, like
Yeah.
what's the word?
Kinematic.
Yeah, I guess like kinematic physics, because
Yeah.
those more often that I would go into my physics class then, and just have my world shook of just like what, like that's how that works, and like all these cool little things I learned about shit that just kind of changed the way I looked at the world. And I feel
Yeah.
like I had that a lot less with this. It was a lot more just kind of like learning about how things I didn't really know existed in the first place work. Like an
Yeah.
inductor or a resistor or a capacitor. Like, I wasn't really dealing with those very often, like,
Right.
wondering what they were like. But it's still all very good shit to know, for sure.
I like lucked out with my physics 3 and had like a really good teacher who had worked for NASA, I believe.
Damn.
And it's like he was just like a nerd kind of, and really he's pretty young, and he was just like really into telling us about how light works and stuff all the time. And uh that whole class is like drawing. Like they give you these extra long papers so you can just draw like lenses and then light rays, and you have to say like where it's gonna go based on your little geometry thing you do.
Yeah, I had to draw a lot of circuits.
Oh yeah.
I
Well,
didn't
that's
draw a
cool.
lot light rays like that though, but it sounds
Yeah,
the same.
that would be the next one.
But yeah, like I said, like I enjoyed the class, and there definitely were a lot of moments like that. Like when the professor explained the sunset, like why we see those certain colors from the sunset,
Hmm.
like from the way the light refracts. That was interesting for me. 'Cause that was something I hadn't really thought about.
Yeah.
I like it when physics answers a question that I like didn't really know I had. But is about something that
Yeah.
I deal with all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to take more physics. I'm very interested in it. I just don't know if I could pass more physics.
Hmm.
Maybe. Depends if I end up. I mean, if I even do any more classes at all, I probably. I don't know. Right now, I want to say I absolutely won't.
Yeah. Why
But
would you?
yeah, I guess it just depends if, like, I get a job somewhere and they're like, oh, you could make double the money if you had a fucking master's or whatever. And then it's like, okay,
Yeah.
maybe I go back.
Uh, s-
Hmm. Yeah, I can't tell you how often in class I would just have these like brain fart moments of like forgetting how to do algebra. Like basic ass algebra stuff still eludes me way more than it should. I get caught up on that. Like like when a double fraction, like you have a fraction and then something dividing by that. I don't know why I
uh,
just kept fucking that up because it's like the difference between if it's a fraction divided by a number or a number divided by a fraction, they look the same
yeah.
but they're completely different procedures. And that
Yeah.
that kept throwing me off. Um,
I don't really remember. I remember having a lot of trouble with physics two, but it was eventually like that one. Like that was. I always have this thing with physics where I sort of like the inverse of what you were saying of like answering a question I didn't know I had. I have a thing where it's like I don't believe something is true based on logic. Like I've told you this before, but the thing that always like I well in kinematics my thing was if a fan if a fan is spinning and the end has a certain angular velocity that is equal to, like the end of a fan blade has the same angular velocity as the middle of the fan blade, right? But
um,
because
okay.
I mean, because they're going in a circle, that's just how angular velocity. I mean, I'll keep it short, I guess. But basically, uh, the way. Oh shit, I'm stumbling now. Sorry, I'm kind of tired.
Hey, you're good. I just was making sure
Oh
I was understanding you. I didn't fully
yeah,
get
no,
that.
no. The way the fan like the way the math works out is if you put one like you measure one point at the end of a fan blade and you measure another point at the like at the very base of the fan blade, they have the same angular speed, but they are moving at two different um, linear velocities. Like if you were to trace like the path around the outside of a fan, that circular path is longer than the inside, right?
Yeah,
Therefore, the outside is going faster than the inside.
but the
So
physics
how?
doesn't like back that up.
No, the physics completely backs that up, but I don't believe, like, how does the fan spin and one part of the fan is moving faster than another?
I see.
That
Okay.
is part of it. You know what I mean? How could why wouldn't it tear apart or something? You know, but the truth is, it is partially tearing apart, but then like flexibility of the wood is like putting it back together really quickly so it never tears because it's like a perfect organic, you know. I mean, just like the materials are crazy. I took a material science class, and that was the one that like capped it off for me as like I don't need to learn any more about the natural world.
How many classes off of a degree were you, or are you?
Oh, I don't know because I took weird classes um that were like meant to like count as multiple classes, but they only counted at San Jose State.
Okay.
So
So it wouldn't
like
really carry over.
yeah, so it's a lot of I'd have like a year at minimum, but it would probably end up being 2 years just based on how schools are and stuff.
Yeah, like scheduling out an actual schedule and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get caught up a lot in that in physics shit, just like trying to wrap my head around the concept. And I think in some ways that kind of gets in my way, you know, because there will be times where like it's just like, yeah, velocity is negative here, and I'm like, I have this block where I'm just like, I can't just memorize the velocity is negative here until I understand why it's negative. You know, I kind of get caught up in that, and I have to just like shut up, trust the process. It's negative, you know, like
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, I don't.
Because
The
specifically, what I'm
other
talking about is the reference frames problems. Like when we went into reference frames, it was like, so you have a guy on Earth, and then he's looking at a spaceship that's flying by, and there's an electric field on that spaceship and a magnetic field. And the
Mhm.
question is because, like, you know, a moving electric field creates a magnetic field, and a moving magnetic field creates an electric field. So those both are like amplifying each other because they're moving,
Yeah.
and the rate that it's amplified depends on the velocity that it's going. But for some reason, the way the problem worked out, the observer on Earth would observe the velocity to be negative, but I thought the velocity would be positive because he's not moving, the ship's moving. So I don't know. I might just not be explaining the problem right, but I got caught up on that like for a long time trying to wrap my head around that, and I had to just kind of give up and just be like, whatever, it's just negative.
Yeah, the other thing that I always got caught up in too was the thing where it's like the amount of force from a magnetic field is equal to the change in its distance from the position that you're measuring, like because the force is different everywhere, you know? So if you measure at a certain position how much magnetic force is pulling at this specific point, it is based on the change in distance, not the distance. So like the only reason magnets like pull together is because you're moving them closer, right? But
I
like if
remember that
they
was the one thing you like told me about physics 2 going into it,
yeah.
where I was like, that kind of prepared me for what was to come, you know.
Yeah, because that one is just like you don't think about it, but it technically is like it's true. It's a weird thing where it's like it doesn't break how I think of things, but it overcomplicates it in a way.
Yeah, because it's a thing that you can't possibly really test, but it's like, so if you were to just like spawn two magnets next to each
Yeah.
other, nothing would happen because there's no velocity, like they're not moving. But you cannot
Yeah.
observe that. That can't happen. So it's like almost pointless. Like,
Yeah, exactly. The once you start looking at I mean that's what physics like that's what advanced physics is. Like when you talk about like quantum physics or whatever. Like
yeah, none of it's like really applicable for the
there's a
most
reason
part.
they start you out on the like the real physics to a
They hook
person, you
you,
know, like
yeah.
the ball throwing and the cranes and stuff.
Yeah, I guess I just like physics, but I don't. I'm not super enticed by the fucking big brain quantum shit. I just liked uh, the real physics, you know. I mean, it's all
Yeah.
real physics, you know. Real as in like it feels very applicable to real life. Like I remember after general physics, I was sitting there like oh, I could just like calculate the velocity of this thing by just like timing it and measuring the distance and blah blah. It's like a super basic thing, but it was something that I would just think about. Like someone was like throwing a ball, and I was like, I could probably ballpark how fast they're throwing that just by kind of
Yeah.
measuring stuff. And I just don't have that after. I don't have as much of that after physics two.
Yeah, I think I mean I was doing electrical engineering, so I think it played into my I knew what an inductor was. Or no, I didn't even know that well what the point of an inductor was, but
I still
was
kind of
I was
don't. I mean, can you
curious.
explain that?
Um, no, because
So
I
I'd
forget.
probably I feel like I might be better equipped because I just took a whole class on it, but like I really
They're, I
don't.
know that they're part of a triangle of resistor, capacitor, inductor. And I forget inductors are the opposite of capacitors.
So capacitors like build up
Yeah.
charge and then release charge. Well, after it
Yeah.
like gets past a certain point, the resistors just resist a charge as it flows through it. That's another thing that did confuse me was like in an AC charge, like the flow is changing. Does that mean the capacitor is like discharging in opposite directions every other time? Like I don't know.
Oh, okay, I remember. Well, kind of. I mean, inductors are they're like their own thing, I guess, because they're their own study and thing to learn because they like it's a magnetic coil inside another magnetic coil, and the second coil is or not. It's two wire coils around each other, and one of them has electricity running through it, and the other one is like generating a magnetic field from that like circular flow of current. So that magnetic field it's creating is then affecting the flow. So if I remember correctly, capacitors are meant for like if you have something that is high frequency and you if you have like a mixed signal where there's some high frequencies and some low frequencies, and then you run it directly into a capacitor, the low frequencies won't make it across, and only the high frequencies will. But that's AC instead of DC.
And then an inductor would let only the low frequencies across. Is that the idea? Like the opposite?
Yeah, because in an inductor, a high frequency thing would create a higher powered magnetic field, which would nullify the current. The idea of the inductor, I'm pretty sure, is that the faster the current is, the stronger the magnetic field around it is. So if it's AC, it'll create this like alternating magnetic field that'll just kill uh, high frequencies. They're used in amplifiers and stuff, signal processing,
Okay.
radios, every radio.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we got a lot of those types of questions too, of like RC circuits or LC circuits.
Yeah. I wish that I wish I had gotten to take a class on on crystals, like electronic crystals,
I
because that's like
yeah, I what does that mean? I guess you mean like how they refract light, or is there like how they?
no, there are quartz crystals that naturally vibrate, or they like if you vibrate them, they naturally hold a certain frequency based on their like internal shape. And they used them that's how they get radio frequency. That's how they like generated a stable frequency back in the day. They
Using
had
those
a diet,
crystals.
they had a crystal, and then they sent frequencies through it, and only one clean one gets through because like the inside of it is just like a cavern where things shoot. shoot at each other and cancel each other out, and only one can get through it, like the tip, like a laser beam.
That could be an interesting
But they
class for sure. Yeah.
they did that all, like that's how like tons of electronics are run that way. Your computer has one still, I'm pretty sure. That's what timer circuits are. Like on a physical level, they need just like something that is perfectly timed and or like laid out.
Damn, I'm doing this fucking sloppy as hell.
I can't get this bevel right. What is that?
I got a goofy ass jar, but that's okay. I want it to have a little character.
I guess it's a shallower. The
But yeah, I really liked my physics lab professor. He had like he had this like passion for it that was like so easy to read, and he had like a funny accent too. So it was like,
nice.
but it was like easy to understand. It just made him like have so much more character, you know.
That is quite nice.
He'd be like, he
Being
goes
able-
like, I don't even know what kind of accent it is. He goes, the capacitor will release the charge, and you see when it builds up the charge, it goes free, and then it is gone. Like that kind of stuff. He would
Yeah.
talk very excited like that,
That's cool.
and he would like get up and like run around the room when he's explaining shit like a psycho.
Yeah, that is dope.
We were going over magnetic coils, and I was just like, I think we were done with the lab, and I was just kind of like fucking around with the coils that we had, and I was like, I was talking to my lab partner, just kind of like, isn't this how we make a railgun? It's like you have the magnetic coils, and then you put a magnet through it, and it just propels itself. It's not a magnetic coil; it's an electric coil. Like the coil was charged, and then we put a magnet in there, and it would propel itself through.
Mm-hmm.
And the professor heard us say that, and he's like, "Yeah, do you want to build one?" And I was just like, "Do you want me to build a railgun right now?" And he's like, "Yeah, do it." So we had like 6 power supplies stacked on top of each other, all going into like 2 coils, and then I put
Wow.
a bar magnet through, and it just like flew across the room. It was so sick.
That's awesome.
Like that's the kind of shit that gets me more excited about physics. I mean, I guess that's obvious, but like it's just fun to be able to practically apply this shit in a way that really makes sense. I'm trying to do like a string coming out, but I guess I'd have to do like a knot. Yeah, that's gonna be kind of messy, I feel like. Maybe I don't need a knot. Maybe I'll just leave it like that. I think I can start texturing now. Oh, there's a few points that are kind of ugly here. Yeah, it was so nice being able to go back to like in-person classes. I'm glad I was able to get one more semester like that, but it was very obvious that we're like recovering from the isolation, you know? Like people were not
Yeah.
acting normal for a lot of the time.
Sure.
There was a lot of like we did really bad on a lot of our tests too. Like we had to. I think a lot of the professors had to curve shit a lot more than they normally would have. Because I think my physics midterm, the second midterm we took, the class average was like 32%.
Wow.
It was really bad. And then I got like a 19% or something. Like that's like the worst I've done on a test like fucking ever. It was so bad.
That's crazy.
But because of the curve, it came up to like a D, I think. Well, it wasn't a curve. He let us redo the test, but for like half credit or something, if you like explain what you did wrong on different parts. So that's what I mean. There was a lot of like, what's the word? I guess just, what? God damn, I can't think of the word. But just help, I guess. There's a lot more help than we would have had in a normal semester.
Yeah.
Accommodation, that's what I was thinking of. Could I... What if I get away with unwrapping this like this? I feel like that might be better. So then there won't be like seams. So I'm trying to do that, like, you know, a lot of these jelly jars have that like picnic blanket coming out of it.
Yeah. I saw some of
I'm
that.
trying to replicate that. Oh, did you see Everything Everywhere All at Once or Doctor Strange?
I saw Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Nice.
I did not see Doctor Strange. I was spoiled on it, and I was kind of all right with that. I'll probably end up watching it at some point.
I would say don't watch it as like if you didn't like Doctor Strange 1, I wouldn't go into it like more Doctor Strange. This is a fucking weird movie, dude.
Well, so some of the stuff, the one thing I think that interests me about it is that the Illuminati stuff in Marvel,
Yeah.
that's the stuff that I read the most. Of all of it, that was the stuff that I read. So I'm down with, because I always loved the idea, not so much of like the multiverse, but just the idea that in all the different stories, there's one person who is a genius. Like every group has a genius.
Yeah.
So what happens if you just if the geniuses would all probably be smart enough to just group up and be all the smart people are in a group. And that's like how I've learned about Doctor Strange at all. That's partially why his stuff is I don't know. I have mixed feelings about Doctor Strange.
Well, I'll say Doctor Strange
the
2, to me, Doctor Strange 2 blows the first one out of the fucking water. It's like not even a contest. But not everyone agrees with that. It's kind of a divisive movie. Like some people aren't as into it, you know. But I think it's very much worth seeing. I mean, I guess spoiler alert for the chat and like the anyone watching or whatever, if they don't want to hear this. I'm not going to say anything spoiler. I'm going to ask you to tell me what you heard.
Oh, okay.
But you know, be aware of that if you care.
I know that Wanda is the villain, and I don't know why. I guess that would be interesting.
Did you watch WandaVision?
If I saw the movie, no.
It's not like required viewing, but it like really helps.
Yeah, I figured that would inform.
I could give you like a refresher of Wanda if you'd rather just, you know, hear that. Like I could just tell you like the essential things to know, you know.
Yeah, go ahead.
Essentially in WandaVision, again, spoilers for WandaVision now. The whole idea of the show is that WandaVision, after Vision died in Endgame, Wanda and Vision had like bought a house together. Or no, he dies in Infinity War, but whatever. They had like got a house together and were like about to move in together. And she like goes to that house alone now and is all sad. And then like a outburst of emotion like explodes this whole fucking town and like overtakes it and basically creates, because she has like way stronger abilities than she realizes she does. It's like reality rewriting shit, you know.
Yeah.
So she like creates a reality where her and Vision are still together in this little town and just like takes everyone in there captive. So they have to like play out this little routine as if they're
Oh,
like
okay.
Wanda and Vision's neighbors.
Hmm.
So that's why it's like if you watch the trailers, it's like it jumps through all these sitcom styles because like Wanda watched a bunch of sitcoms when she was a kid.
Yeah.
So like that's just her idea of what like a perfect life with Vision would be, was like all these little sitcoms. So it jumps through all these eras. They do like I Love Lucy, and they go all the way up to like The Office. You know, like they replicate all
Uh,
the styles of all these different sitcoms. But in that whole process, she creates like children, like she actually has kids with Vision, but they're like not really real, you know, because it's a part of the
yeah.
reality rewriting thing. And she kind of has like a waking up moment of kind of somebody kind of like breaks into it to try to free all those people, and essentially just kind of wakes her up, like make her realize what she's doing, you know, make her realize that these people are all kind of kidnapped against their will. So she like shuts the whole thing down, and when she does that, her kids like basically stop existing, you know, like they don't exist anymore or they die or whatever. Like
Right. I remember that was told as actually the reason to me was that she was trying to get her. She was like in a world where she has kids or something.
yeah. So she never had those kids. She just like created them with like magic, but as far as she's
Hmm.
concerned, those are her kids. And because she has these like she also gets like a huge buff in the show to like really be called the Scarlet Witch now. So she's like doing this reality multiple multiverse hopping shit and is able to
Hmm.
figure out that the her kids do exist in like another universe, you know? Like there is a Wanda that has those kids out there. So she's
Hmm.
trying to multiverse hop to get to that universe is like the whole point of the show. It's like that's kind of the her motivation in Multiverse
Yeah.
of Madness, is trying to get her kids back, which is understandable, you know. But I mean, you have to watch the movie to see why that's a bad thing.
Yeah. Um. Let me think of what else I
Because
was told.
I think there's still a lot. I feel like you would have
I
had to be
know.
like thoroughly spoiled for it to be not
I
worth
know.
watching.
Yeah. I know John Krasinski is in it as like a multiverse uh Mr. Fantastic.
Okay,
but
okay.
but then his head blows up maybe, or they said he gets killed all gory. That makes me want to see it. The Iron Mans make me want to see it. I guess the Patrick Stewart as right, that's in the trailer.
Patrick Stewart's in the trailer.
Yeah.
What? I didn't even know that. What the fuck?
Not, it's not his voice, or it's just his voice, not his face, but it's like so clear. And right away
Okay.
I was like, okay, this is, yeah, they're doing the Illuminati plot line where
I'm a little less mad at
all the
Mike
smart
now.
guys.
Because
Oh, really?
we were literally in the line to watch the movie. I was getting popcorn beforehand, and we were just talking about like, oh, this is gonna be crazy. It's gonna be such a cool movie.
Oh, you ruined that.
And I was just like, yeah, they could do fucking anything. It's multiverse. Like they could fucking bring in the X-Men. Like who cares? They could do anything. And
Yeah.
Mike's just like, oh yeah, they do. I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, it was in the casting. If you look at the cast list, uh, X-Men are in it. And I was like, Mike, I don't even watch the trailers. Like, why do you think I'm gonna be looking at the cast of this movie? I didn't
Yeah.
know that. And he's like, oh fuck, sorry. It's
I
like,
mean,
damn it! Like
it's
on the
the
way to the theater, man. Like it was right there.
yeah. They had one trailer, and then when the second trailer came out, it was sort of just a rehash of the first trailer, but at the end, it's Patrick Stewart's voice saying whatever he says, and everyone's like, "Hmm, I wonder who." Who has Patrick Stewart's voice?
Yeah, I mean, you know, with they have the rights to X Men now, so it's definitely obvious that some shit was gonna cross over, you know. But I
I'm
try to
into it.
stay as blind as I can about this shit.
This is the thing that they keep doing with Doctor Strange. They keep putting him in situations where it's like that is my favorite situation in Marvel, I guess. I
So it's
love
like
how
you have to
he's like,
put up with Doctor Strange to get to the good part.
yeah, I guess so. And yeah, I maybe it, I
He has a
feel like
lot
it
better
could be.
characterization once he's. I feel like once he gets past the whole like trying to be a quippy guy in this first movie,
Yeah,
when he's like more serious and more comfortable in his role, I feel like he has a lot more of his own kind of thing going on.
yeah. I mean, I'll probably see it at some point, but I kind of just wait and then I stock up on Disney Plus stuff and then watch it all in a go.
Are you gonna watch Moon Knight?
I think I will because I saw
So I know
some.
you're into Moon Knight, right? Like in the
I'm
comics.
into Moon Knight and I've seen some stuff from it. I've seen some scenes that, like the trailers, all made me say no, I'm not going to see it. And then I saw other scenes and it made me change my mind.
I'll say Oscar
Um,
Isaac gives like one of the best just Marvel performances ever. He's
well,
so
also
good.
it's the costume for
Yeah.
me. The costume where he has just like a suit. He wears an all white suit with like a just the white hood or like the white like thing over his face and no cape or anything.
Do you
That's like
like that?
that's yeah, I like that.
I think it looks sick. Yeah, and that's the thing in Moon Knight like comics too, right?
Yeah, he has all these different forms and it feels like they leaned into that a little bit, which I like. He has some like Moon Knight has like probably the widest range of, well, I don't know about why, I don't know, but there's so much like just not mediocre because it's good like old fashioned art, but there's a lot of art of him that is just like really samey. Like it's kind of all the same.
Yeah, I feel like it'd be easy for like kind of a shitty artist to just make him like white Batman, you know, or like
Yeah, no, that's really what it is. There's a lot of his early comic art is just like white Batman. But then like once he sort of settled into being obscure, you know, there have been like a couple artists that have done like crazy cool shit with just like the fact that he's wearing all white and there's like there's so many cool comics covers for him where it's like the character doesn't even look like Moon Knight, but it's just like the motif of someone in all white. Like the yeah, I'll watch that. Although I was like so on Loki.
you watched it.
Yeah, I watched the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
I was into I
Well, that's
was
fair. I
into
mean,
a
if you
lot of it.
watched it, then yeah.
I was into like there was I feel like purely the end for me was just like not super satisfying, I guess. Not that I need to be satisfied, but I just it didn't feel like a wrap up.
Yeah, it very clearly was like there needs to be more, you know.
Yeah. I felt
There's
like the
more build
build
up
was
for
too
second season.
fast. They're like trying to set a I don't know, like I liked that. I thought it looked great. I've been watching
Yeah, if it didn't feel like a show, it felt like that could have been a full ass like MCU film, you know.
yeah, I feel like they just I'm I mean I think we need to ease up on the multiverse stuff.
I don't think you're gonna. I
I
think
know that's the problem.
it's an uphill battle there. They're going fucking
Yeah, no,
ham into
that's the
that.
thing. It's not worth saying, but really,
No, I
it's
get
like
you. If it's not for
it's
you,
so
like it can be overwhelming.
well, no. My thing is I love it, but it's just cool when they don't say multiverse.
I
Like
see.
Super Smash Brothers, you just accepted that all the characters were together. You know, you really didn't need like pseudoscience behind it.
You gotta like justify why everybody is here.
That was my critique also of Everything Everywhere All at Once. which I loved. I enjoyed watching that so much, but it was just a little too Rick and Morty
With like the
in some
pseudoscience
aspect.
stuff.
I mean, it's more just like you could have just said it was magic, you know?
Hmm.
Like you could have just had it be anything. Like that's my thing, I guess. It could be any reason why. Like it's really cool and it's like got some good funny. It's a good setup, I guess, for a lot of jokes where it's like she loads in a specific skill and then that skill plays exactly or doesn't play how you would think, but it plays to her favor every time. Like that's really cool. But then when it's like cutting to the guy and then he's like, or it's cutting to the people in space or whatever, like an alternate future, and they're in that truck,
Yeah.
I'm thinking like that's cool, that's cool. And then they like crash or they get attacked or something. They get attacked, and then I'm like, it's really once they get to the bagel thing,
The bagel
it's
lost you.
it wasn't even that like I thought it was clever and everything too, but it's just like, um, it just felt like a mismatch with them being like, you know, sci-fi and then suddenly becomes really like metaphysical, and I feel like they skip between the two where it's just like this is your little thing, just put it on your ear and it'll work, and then it's like i am I am nihilism. Like they're two very different tones, I feel like, but I did like it a lot, and the all the kung fu was so good.
Yeah, I really, I think it had a good sense of humor. I liked the, I liked the action a lot. I like
And
the way they used the multiverse was really cool. Like that's a really interesting way to use the multiverse as like a superpower.
yeah,
Like I feel like you could drop her into just like the MCU as like a character, and just like that's just her power, you know. Well, maybe not
yeah,
the end of the movie. Like Endgame, her is a little too busted, but
yeah, I mean it's a version of like Green Lantern too. It's like it's the like pull anything at your fingertips type of thing.
yeah. Does Green Lantern ever just make like a gun?
Yeah, I was gonna say I've been watching, Corridor.
Yeah.
I've been watching a lot of the Corridor, the VFX reacts videos they do.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I watch those all the time.
They're so great for like I just love them like finding a shot and then explaining all the layers and like how it's done exactly. But oh, what were we talking about a second ago that I brought up Corridor? What were they?
Um, I don't remember exactly.
Uh,
So the action, the fighting, the
that's close,
putting
I
her in the
think.
MCU, having her that be a superpower.
Green Lantern.
Green Lantern.
They did a Green Lantern one of those, and they point out how the everything that the Green Lantern makes in the most recent Green Lantern movie is like for some reason it's all like from World War II. He
Why?
like when he like pulls out a big gun, but it's specifically like an anti-air gun from Battlefield 4, you know? Hold on one second.
God, I spent so fucking long on this stupid checkerboard pattern. God. Okay.
It looks like a Saudi prince.
Oh yeah. Wait, what is that? You mean like the? Hold on.
Saudi prince.
Is that a specific
Like
thing?
it's the same I guess no, it's not
Oh
exactly the same
yeah.
pattern, but
Okay, that is what I was thinking of.
yeah. I guess I don't know. I just looked up Saudi prince. Is there only one? I feel like that
Well,
would
I'm
make
sure
sense.
uh, they haven't had. I mean, they've existed for more than one lifetime, right?
They got some cool crowns though. I never noticed. Look at the black crown.
The double decker.
Yeah, it's like rope. It's cool.
Neat.
Okay, so how do I do the texture of glass?
That's a good point. Yeah. Well, I was gonna just make it jelly, basically. Like make it look like it's just jelly because it's transparent, you know.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess you could do like shine lines or whatever. Give it like a bluish tint, and then put like white lines, like straight lines going across it at like diagonal. That might give it glass vibes, you know.
I wonder. Yeah. I guess I gotta do the UVs first.
I just want to unwrap this as just a fucking line. There we go. Okay. But yeah, it's just weird having two like multiverse movies back to back like that. Like the multiverse is so hot right now.
Yeah, I feel like it all. It's just gonna get. I mean, they did that. They keep doing that though. They did that with the last Spider-Man too.
Oh yeah, the Spider Verse or No Way
Spider-Man
Home.
3, that was a multiverse thing. I mean, that was a Doctor Strange thing, I guess, but
Oh yeah, it was a
that's
multiverse
all.
thing.
Yeah. I feel like next, because I know they're doing a Spider-Verse too.
That's like soon, isn't it?
I don't know. I mean, it's animation, so it's a total,
I'm excited for that.
like, process.
They're putting Toku Spider-Man in it. You know that
What was that?
60s Japanese Spider-Man?
Oh, yeah.
And he goes, Spider-Man! And then there's like a little theme song every time he appears. He has like the voice of like a
Oscar,
50-year-old man. Or like a
Os-
40-year-old man.
Oscar Isaac is Spider-Man in Spider-Verse 2.
Which one is he playing?
I don't know. It just says Spider-Man.
That's funny because there's gonna be so many of them, you know. But yeah, no, Oscar Isaac was so fucking good in Moon Knight. It was crazy.
What's the other one that's coming out?
She-Hulk
Isn't there
or Miss Marvel?
Oh yeah, She-Hulk. Forgot about that.
Man, poor Miss Marvel. Miss Marvel's gonna be going up against. I mean, after coming after Moon Knight, which was pretty good, but then it's airing at the same time as The Boys season 3. Like,
Oh wow.
it's not. It's stacked up against pretty bad. And Miss Marvel, I heard it's like a fucking high school drama. Like,
Yeah, I don't think it's for our age group
yeah,
or
it's
our
not gonna be great.
demographic. Oh, I forgot there was a trailer
For
for Spider-Verse 2.
there is.
Yeah, from December. I
Oh
forgot
yeah,
about
that's right. I remember there being a meme from it. I never watched the trailer, but I remember people memeing it. I remember seeing fresh Miles memes.
They are Oscar Isaac. I no spoilers or anything, but Oscar Isaac will be playing my favorite Spider-Man design. The version of Spider-Man that I love the most.
Was it Spider-Man 2077 or something? Or no, isn't he Mexican?
Yeah.
Okay, so never mind. Oh wait, I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll do like a live action element of that. Just sink it in. Have every spider thing, every spider thing.
Yeah, it would have been cool if they could have worked some like into the Spider-Verse stuff into No Way Home. Just go like way ham with the multiverse shit. I don't know if that would have worked, but it would have been kind of cool.
Yeah, it would have been cool.
Yeah, it's funny because I remember me and Deborah saw Into the Spider-Verse alone. Nobody else wanted to go see it for some reason, or maybe no one else could, but for whatever reason, it was just me and Deborah in the theaters. And when we saw it, and we just fucking loved it. Like, it was, we both just had such a great time watching it. It was like one of our favorite movies. And then it was the same thing with Everything Everywhere All at Once. We were the only ones who went to the theater to see it, and then we both were just like, "That was fucking sick. That was so good." And hella happy we went and saw it. So for some reason, Deborah and I both times took a risk on a multiverse movie and liked it a lot. I don't know if it's a risk, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Where did Jam Jar go? Oh, I closed my Jam Jar folder. Yeah, I just overall I've been pretty happy with what Marvel's been doing lately. I feel like they've made enough money at this point where I feel like they're allowing themselves to do more weird shit. And I feel like people are more there for weird shit at this point, so they're just like, fuck it. Like the most normal thing they've made, I guess Falcon and the Winter Soldier was pretty normal, all things considered. And then like Black Widow.
Mm-hmm.
But besides, I can't think of a ton of things they've done recently that were just like super normal. Everything they've done has been kind of weird, outside of the box thinking kind of shit. Then fucking Elden Ring came out. If you had a lot of time with that,
Yeah, I beat it.
nice. Yeah,
With
there's
my
just so many weird things like that. Like, it's been so long since we streamed that like
Yeah, I
shit
guess
that's like
there.
so normal to us now is like fucking JoJolion ended, like JoJo Part 8 ended between that,
Oh,
and to me that feels like so long ago, but I'm pretty sure that happened between streams, so like that's how fucking long it's been. It's just weird to put that in perspective. But yeah, Elden Ring.
yeah, I did my classic double daggers build that I'm always trying to do in games. But yeah, it was great. I didn't want to play it anymore after I was done.
Yeah, that's where I was too. I don't know why. I
The
kind of
last
felt
fight
done.
is just not. The last fight is just a weird type of slog that I never experienced before. I feel like in that way where it's like, I mean, like, I feel like just like Donkey in his video, I only beat the boss because it was just acting weird and it did the same move like 8 times
Yeah,
to wind
that's
itself
it.
up.
It kind of left a bad taste in my mouth because I was trying not to use any summons the whole time, just because every time I've done Souls games, I never summon. I just like to beat shit on my own,
Hmm.
and I feel like it just chipped away at my sanity to the point where I had to like cave, and I started using summons, and then I was like, but I'm not going to use the Mimic. The Mimic's too strong, and then the same thing. It just chipped away at me to the point where I was like, okay, either I'm gonna have to go fucking farm for like 3 hours right now, and I don't really feel like doing it, or I can just beat this boss right now if I use the fucking Mimic. So I just used the Mimic, and then I started using the Mimic a lot, and I feel like I
Mm.
like compromised my values to beat the game.
I I used a ton of summons, but I never actually used the Mimic because I never found him that good. Because he's a copy of me. So if my whole thing is like strategy based, it's not gonna play out with him.
What I
He just
started
runs
doing is I
at
would equip like a crossbow, and like I would have all my fucking items in my hot belt, like all these weird things that I wasn't gonna use, but my
it.
Mimic would
Hmm.
use them. So he was just like throwing all these random items out and shit.
That's smart.
But yeah, the best thing he is he's just a distraction, like to pull heat off of you while you need to heal. Did you beat Millennia?
Yeah. I think I beat all the major bosses. There was a long period of time between beating the last boss, and I just was like going out and fighting everything that I remembered I could have fought before and didn't,
Yeah,
I
I
did.
finished that game feeling very satisfied, but I think I like Sekiro more. I don't know if that's
Yeah,
like a hot take or not.
I would say, I mean, when I played Sekiro, I immediately wanted to get into a second round. I wanted to like do it again. And I feel like that's because the endings in Sekiro, the endings definitely mean a lot more than Elden Ring. Like the differences between the endings are really different.
Honestly, I finished Sekiro and I don't even know what my ending was.
Yeah.
I finished it and it popped up and was like, "Do you want to use the Shrine of Sacrifice or some shit like that?" I don't remember what it was. And I was like, "I don't know. Is this good? Like, is this what you're supposed to do? Is this the did I find this or is this the expected route? I don't remember." So I had to like Google like what does this thing do, and then it was like it unlocks a different ending for you, and I was like, I guess I want that. Whatever. I just didn't know what to do,
Yeah.
and then I picked it, and then I don't really understand what the ramifications were. It had just been too long since I played it. I picked it back up after a really long time. But either
Yeah,
way, that's
that
not why I play games, really.
it's cool that there's sort of there's like a layer of mixing between all the different games in Elden Ring. There is sort of a multiverse thing going on there too,
Tying
where
it all together.
like did you ever see Arena of Karam in that game? She's in like the second island or like on your way to Caelid, I think.
It took me so I didn't go to Caelid until like right before I beat the end game. I don't know what the fuck happened to my brain. I literally was
Well, there
walking into Caelid and then I was like, I'll come back here when the game wants me to come here. Like, I don't want to get ahead of myself. And I went back and then I just never went back there.
I got I remember you remember like when the Avengers first came out, like there was so much of a feeling of like it was so cool to see someone from another thing in this thing, and
Yeah.
like it's like, "Oh, whoa, you're here."
There
I
he
had
is.
I had that genuine thing in Elden Ring because at very south of Limgrave there's Castle Morn, and Castle Morn is from Dark Souls 3.
Oh, it's the
And
same
there's
thing?
a and there well, Morn is a guy. He is like if you kill the maiden, I forget what they're called in Dark Souls 3, but the blind lady,
Oh,
if you
the
kill
Fire
her,
Keeper?
yeah, if you kill her, you fight a knight named Morn, who is like her knight. And Castle Morn is in uh Elden Ring. And if you go to Castle Morn and you go out front, the Firekeeper from Dark Souls 3 is sitting there as a young girl, and her name is Arena. It's the same name.
The fuck? I didn't know they were that connected. Whoa.
Yeah, but it's in a multiverse sort of way where it's just like this section of Dark Souls 3 has been like ripped out of time and placed here. That's as far as I could find on it when I looked it up. It's really indirect, but
Well,
there's a bunch of stuff
Patches
like
is in
that.
both games too, right? But he's in like all
Right,
of
yeah.
them.
Patches, but also I was how like the ending of Sekiro, one of the endings is that he kills every major good person or something like that. It's like the killer ending where you just like kill stuff and you can end the game pretty quickly because everyone's dead. And that's called the Shura ending, where like in that I don't know why I remember the name so well, but you turn into a Shura, which is just like a Sekiro who is evil. And
Oh wait,
uh
like a thing called Shura or Ashura, like
yeah, Shura,
okay.
a Shura. And there's a an invader that gives you the katana or the equivalent. I forget which one it is, but it's Sekiro at the end of the Shura ending.
What the fuck in Elden Ring?
Yeah,
That's
he
cool,
has like
man.
he has the old mask, the old man mask on from the ending. Like, but it's like him when he's like 80 years old or whatever, so it's like way near the after the end of, you know. And you can be a samurai as your starting class, and in that they like reference the land of reeds, which is
It's a
just the
Sekiro thing.
Sekiro. Yeah, so it's all like connected in that. And I was reading about how like grafting grafting is like a tree term. The whole like basis, there was like an interview, and the guy, or they were saying that there's a guy who like grafted 50 different fruit trees onto one tree so that a tree could grow different fruits constantly all through the year. And it's like a real thing.
Yeah, that's the thing. I would have been shocked by that if not for Jajolian. That's like a
Oh,
core plot point of Jajolian is like grafting this like super rare plant that like does all this magical shit.
but that's what Elden Ring kind of is. It's like it's literally like it's a tree, and there's all this grafting literally in the game, but there's also like they're grafting different pieces from these different games together, you know.
That's a good way to look at that. Yeah.
I honestly think that's how they approached it. Like they were like, we want to combine all our good stuff together into one really good game, and then just like
It
that
kind of
idea of ripping bits
thematically
off
came
and putting it
from that.
on. Yeah, I mean, there's all the like grafting is like the all the hands and body parts ripped off and like put onto other bodies. Like that's such a cool. I feel like it's almost a response to stuff like the Avengers.
Hmm. That's a hot take.
Not like directly, but in a way, like it put it in your mind.
Yeah, no,
This
I know what you
idea of
mean.
how
It's just
combining
funny.
things can be cool, or it could be grotesque if you like put all of the hands together into one big monster. Like what combination isn't always a good thing. I feel like it's what they were trying to. So it's a very, you know, I don't think it was directly Avengers related or anything, but that
But no,
kind of
I see what you mean.
crossover.
I just think it's funny to be like Elden Ring is just
Elden,
ripping off out of Avengers
it is. It challenges Joss Whedon's 2012 masterpiece.
in ways you never knew you wanted.
George R.R. Martin is sticking it to Marvel.
God, that shit with fucking who was it? Martin Scorsese. That whole thing, people came down on him so hard for that. Was it Martin Scorsese that said like Marvel movies aren't film or whatever?
Yeah, although I think the real quote was something like "their amusement parks."
Yeah, which is pretty fair, I guess. That's not too.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm can't really disagree, but it's also like it's a big fight.
Yeah, and it's pretty unfair to like. There is like not all of them are. You know, there are some that are like that have like artistic merit. I feel like, and plus, I feel like it's just kind of. I don't know if it's. I guess it just kind of comes off as very elitist to be like saying what is and isn't art. You know, I'm never big. I
Yeah,
feel like fucking everything is art. You know, like it's so easy to. I feel like the definition for art is so loose that it's like so weird to try to gatekeep that. But then I also
I think
sound like a Marvel fanboy saying anything like that.
I think a lot of those types of people make the distinction less about art and more about cinema.
Yeah, I feel like
Where
those are just kind of
there's like
trade-ins for the same
a
thing.
tra- yeah, but it's like there's a tradition of film that people like a lot of those people expect, you know,
Yeah,
where it's like movies that take from other movies that, you know, from the 40s and stuff, like that sort of thing, like having like a lot of film, I don't know, Like that, I feel like Marvel movies aren't necessarily made for people who are into movies, like all the movies can be. Maybe they are, I guess.
I I uh I guess I don't really know what you meant.
Like, I
Like
guess it's.
film
I'm just
snobs.
saying. I guess I'm just saying the crossover that we were talking about. It exists. That's what I'm talking about. It's just that
Oh yeah.
there are people. There are plenty of people who will like watch all different types of movies, and I don't think Marvel is aiming for like when Marvel makes a movie, they're not like, ooh, the person who's seen the most movies is gonna like this the most.
Yeah, we gotta
You know?
catch him. Gotta catch him with this.
Yeah, we gotta make this dense and deep.
That's why I feel like their trailers are like borderline pointless at this point. It's just like
Well,
they're
yeah, yeah,
like everyone's gonna watch it. Like just say what the movie is and people are gonna go watch it. You know,
yeah.
the people who are gonna watch a Marvel movie, they're gonna watch it. Like it doesn't matter. But yeah, I remember. I think it was uh, Hideo Kojima who said like who had said that like video games aren't art, even though he's like the video game boy. You know,
Mhm.
that kind of shit always just like kind of irks me. But I think it was probably a weird translation thing, but still, you know, just the idea.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to imagine anyone says just like this is not art, period. And like I said what I meant. Like
Yeah.
it's very rarely someone
No
is just,
elaboration.
and that's typically how it's presented. But yeah, I actually this is something I was thinking about. I've come to the conclusion that gaming of any kind is not does not qualify as an achievement. I don't think I don't think beating Elden Ring should count as an achievement.
Just like in your life or like in like
Yeah,
the
I guess so. On the larger scale, because it occurred to me that they didn't like video games were video games, and then Xbox 360 had to decide that every time you do something, it you should be like you there should be a sense of achievement behind the thing you did, the progress you made, you
and
know?
the you're saying that like the achievement should just be like in and of yourself, like I beat the thing and I
No,
feel good about it.
I guess, but more like I had fun playing a video game,
Yeah.
like that at that simple level, but mostly just the idea that Xbox had to add the achievements into games, you know? They didn't have them before. It was like purely social things, I feel like, you know?
Well, I feel like people have been, you know, like swapping high scores at the fucking
Yeah, high scores are
schoolyard
the main
forever, you
thing.
know.
That is true, but that's purely like for financial gain, you know?
What?
It's like the only reason they put high scores in there is so people try and beat the high scores and they put the quarters in.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant the people getting the high scores.
Oh no, yeah, that would be cool if that somehow worked.
I just I haven't like looked at your jelly jar like at all.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the texturing phase. This is my shape.
It's kind. I think it's fine.
Yeah, I'm
I
fine with
still
the shape.
think that a fucking a bowling alley screen jam where we don't look at each other's shit at all until the end and then we watch each other's would be such a funny thing.
Yeah, I think maybe doing a jam where we just get like a we make pins and or something, you know, to set up for it. Get some assets.
And then in the next stage we like use that shit.
Yeah, because I mean, there's a difference between like just make like you could render a scene or whatever, but you gotta line up the camera and animate the camera to fit it right if you have a you know good idea for how a thing should go. that stuff can get pretty tedious. Like you could spend twice as much time animating a scene than you did on like modeling the parts, you know, in something like that where it's low poly.
That's not a bad point. Yeah, we could also use like maybe what if we use like an asset pack?
That could be good. I'm imagining having like a. It'd be nice to have a pyramid or something like that, you know,
Well, I'm thinking
like
like if we
having.
allow it, like where it's like if you want, like you could just download these assets off the internet. We don't have to make all our own assets.
Uh,
That would save us a lot of time, I would imagine, and it would also allow us to cover more like variety of shit. God, I'm ass at cursive. Where are you? It just looks like a G. How do? God damn it. Oh yeah, another big thing that's happened in the downtime. I got a new dog.
right.
I got old Zeke. He's a little German Shepherd pup, and he's a good lad.
Good.
He's got a lot of learning to do, but he's overall a very good dog. And he's
Nice.
like the best thing about getting him so far has been that he's like I feel like he's given a new life to Tara in a lot of ways. Like
Hmm.
he's made our other dog a lot more energetic, which is nice. Like she was getting, I guess, just because we were very worried about her killing cats and shit, so we had her on the harness a lot of the time. I feel like she wasn't getting as much outside time as she probably needed. Um, but Zeke has kind of gotten us over that a little more. I feel like they kind of keep each other distracted so much that whatever.
Nice.
Man, this looks like ass. How the fuck do I do cursive?
He's gonna get bigger than Tara, right?
Oh yeah, he's gonna be a big boy. He's already like as big as Tara, and his
Oh
paws are
wow.
so fucking big. Like his paws are still like his paws and his ears and his tail are like super oversized for him. So you can tell he
Nice.
still has like a lot of growing to do. But yeah, we've been taking him to like dog parks too, which is something I've like never done. Go to a dog park.
Mm.
I'd like to bring Tara, but she's not as socialized as he is. Wipe out this whole thing. I'm starting over. Actually, no, I like the J. It's just the A and the M are a problem. I might do it like that. Just do like bold letters and then the cursive J.
Hmm. Oh my! How do I get this? That's so annoying. Oh, good. There we go.
I mean, this is barely even cursive at this point. I feel like I always get too bogged down on like the graphic design part of stuff.
It's good to have work on the details, you know. you remember what the color picker was? S
And what?
in Blender.
Oh. Is it? Oh, what the fuck? I didn't know that. I've never known that. That's huge.
Yeah, it's nice.
So yeah, there's this dude in my class who like has the same name as me. And it's really that already made me just kind of not like him, you know? Just out of
Yeah.
like a pure like stupid competitiveness thing of like it's my name, fuck you, you know, like but
Yeah.
um I've had classes with him before and I've just never really thought much about him. I was just kind of like whatever, that's that guy was the same name as me. It's kind of weird. But recently I've had a lot more classes with him and I've had like more interactions with him and I just like really don't like him. He's super obnoxious in class.
Really.
Yeah, and I feel like he's giving me a bad name, you know. He's out there people are going to get us mixed up cuz I feel like we kind of look similar too and we have like the same name and he's going to do some weird shit and then somebody else down the road is going to be like, "Oh, that's that fucking guy who did that thing," you know. He just like somebody will ask the professor a question and then he answers it. He like interrupts the professor to answer it. And it's like
Oh.
that's just like, oh my, like shut the fuck up. What are you doing? Like the professor
Yeah, that
is
is
perfectly
bizarre.
competent at doing that. Like he just gets it in his head that like the professor isn't explaining it right and for some reason he thinks he can do better.
Yeah, I think I've had people like that in my class before.
It's obnoxious, you
Now that
know.
I think about it, there's always like one guy in a big physics class.
But yeah, I remember one time in physics class, he just went on this fucking like rant about how mad he was that he had to take physics, even though he's a CS major. And you're just like,
Yeah, I've heard that rant before.
they don't, doesn't even make sense. It's not even in my major.
Yeah.
And he was saying how like he wanted to be like a computer graphics major, but like the school didn't offer it, so he's just like extra salty that he has to take physics.
Uh,
But I feel like I kind of related to that because there was a time where I felt like that about math, but I feel like I just kind of grew out of that and kind of realized like why it's important.
yeah, it is very. Looking back, it's just a very silly. It's such a silly impulse to be like, I can't learn from this, or what am I supposed to learn from this? It's like you don't know.
Yeah, like that's the whole point. Like, you just trust, you know, have faith in the system.
It's like, what do you know?
Because like at the time you think it's coming from a place of like actual
Yeah, or it's
knowledge of
like
like knowing that like, oh well, in
I
my
understand
experience
what
this
this
isn't going to
is
apply.
like. Yeah.
But yeah, in reality that doesn't mean jack shit. What the fuck? Ugh. And he also was like the only dude in the whole classroom to not wear a mask, even though you were required to wear a mask. He would just not do it, and professors would
Wow.
just not say anything, you know. And he would like sit there and fucking coughing and sniffing and wiping his nose with his hands, and like the only person in the room who should have a mask was the only one who didn't.
Hmm.
Just like, you know, it's that shit when you just spend too much time with somebody and everything they do starts fucking annoying you too. But I think this guy genuinely is just an annoying person too.
Of course.
What the fuck? I thought I could just paint bucket erase. is this not working? What the fuck? Can't I paint bucket 0 alpha so it like erases everything? I thought that was a thing.
Yeah, I noticed that isn't working the same for me. I think because maybe the alpha is the first color in the palette, and Aseprite treats that as like black or something.
That's frustrating. So I have
You
to
might just
by
have to
hand.
select. You might have to select. And
Oh yeah, I
then,
could do magic wand select, huh? Yeah.
does that not work though? Painting
I
with
guess I'd have to
alpha?
just erase it. Damn it, that's not going to be as clean though. Whatever.
Oh, it worked for me. Yeah, it's because of that first color in the palette. If it's a transparent color, it won't actually erase. I forget exactly how it works, but if you
How
have
do
it
you
on,
change that color?
I think it's uh ooh, I want to say right click, drag, like across one, just move it over one or something. See, or maybe it's yeah,
Edit palette.
yeah. Actually, if you just click on that and make it
There we go.
black,
Okay. Well, now I got to Control Z doing that, so I can Control Z this. Damn it, still didn't work. Oh, my tolerance is 0? Is that what it is, maybe? No. I
are
swear I've
you?
done this.
Yeah.
Maybe I could do edit replace color, maybe. From that to 0. Yeah, I guess I could just do that. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. The other day when I had Zeke out, we were just like playing fetch in the park with him, and some little kid came up and started playing with Zeke, which at first made me a little nervous because I was just like hoping that Zeke would be good, you know, because we only had him around kids a couple of times. But thankfully he was great and super friendly and everything. Um, so we started playing fetch with this kid. Like I started letting the kid throw the ball. And we would go back and forth for a while. And the kid went to like the top, you know, the park across my street. He went to the top of the dirt hill there and threw it off of there. And when Zeke ran, he ran around behind the kid. so it wrapped Zeke's leash around the kid and fucking pulled him down the cliff. And he like
Jeez.
tumbled down, and the kid started crying. I was just like, oh fuck, I felt really bad. The mom was right there and didn't really seem to care though, so it was fine. She was like, whatever, he's fine. Like, I guess she
Nice.
could tell that he was just kind of more embarrassed than actually hurt.
Uh,
See, I gotta find a way to make this border work. How did you make it actually? How do you make the brush actually like hard? Like there's no. Oh, anti-aliasing. Is that it? Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, I forgot you can't actually do like 1 pixel. It's like always 2 pixel.
yeah, I think there's a way to do it, but I don't know how.
Okay, that's how I'll do it. Yeah, and then I'll connect a box that covers all of that. There we go. Very nice. Very nice. Now there's a question of like, I guess I should put pictures of grapes actually. Let me get that done with. So I don't know, I guess I'm out of the I'm in the minority here for this, but for me like grape jam is like the default.
I certainly not my default, but I can respect it. It's certainly on the it's on the Mount Rushmore
Yeah.
Shelley's. But it's strawberry for me.
I've had strawberry and it's just like I had strawberry jelly recently and it was just kind of like fine, you know. I didn't like dislike it or anything.
Uh,
I feel like I've done this before. Didn't I make a jelly? Haven't I made this? Oh no, I did grape jelly pizza.
yeah.
Do you remember how you move a layer underneath another layer?
I think it's right click or middle click.
Oh, right click. There you go. I used to always do control click and make a duplicate and delete the original because I could never figure out how to actually do it. There's a lot of like dumb shit behavior like that that I have to train out of myself, but but whatever.
I feel like I I took way too long to realize that you could do like modifying keys, like, you know, shift click would do something different. Like, I think I was maybe 20, 23 or something where I realized that happens in programs. Like, I was always a right click person. I would right click and use the menus and everything.
Yeah, that's a hard thing to get out of. It feels like it makes the most sense
Yeah.
for me. That
Especially like when shift click is like a different thing but like in like Unity and Blender where it's similar stuff you're working with, but the controls are different.
oh god, yeah. I feel like I got over that pretty quick just because of like video editing.
Yeah.
I think I used that like I use a lot of the shortcuts in what's it called, in Vegas.
Hmm.
I feel like I made another grape thing though. Oh, and I made a grape soda. That's right.
Hmm.
I feel like I just remembered a thing I wanted to bring up, and then I immediately forgot it. It's so funny because like you spend so much time, like so much shit has happened, and then as soon as it's like there's so much shit that we both have gone through that would definitely be worth bringing up, but we just like both aren't just can't think of it.
Yeah, I mean, I went to Ireland. I went to
Oh,
Ireland in that time,
that's right.
and I'm trying to think. Saw my grandparents, that sort of thing.
Smash your head on the fucking counter too.
Yeah, I smashed my head on the counter, broke my teeth.
God.
It's a good it's a good way to like take smaller bites.
Yeah, like
I
slow down
found.
while you're eating.
Yeah, I catch myself constantly putting the amount of food in my mouth that I would normally eat, but then I like have to chipmunk it, and then like it's like a no touch. It's like operation. No touching food or no touching anything with my front teeth.
You're still having ramifications from that. Like that still is. You're still dealing with that.
Oh yeah. That won't go away for a while probably. I probably, yeah. No apples for at least probably a year. Unless I burn yeah, unless I use up all the money that I have basically to fix it.
Oh, I remember. I wanted to talk about that job interview thing.
Oh yeah.
That was kind of interesting.
Mhm.
So, at Stan, they sent out, or the school I go to, they sent out a email. One of the professors sent out an email that was just like, "Hey, this person's looking for someone for a job. So if you're interested, email them." And the job application was like made for me. It was literally like somebody who has experience in Unity and a passion for VR and like is interested in game design, and it was just like
Yeah.
holy shit, like that fits very well. And then it also paid like really well. It paid like as much as
Mhm.
like my dad makes. Like
Yeah.
and it's just like the first job I'm getting, just as like it was like a side job thing too. So like, but whatever. So I was just like, okay, that seems a little too good to be true, but I'm definitely gonna still apply, you know. And then I applied, and then the dude like immediately replied, and was just like, yeah, let's do an interview on this day, all right? And it just like the very next morning. So I probably should have taken that as a sus sign too, but I went at like 6 a.m. I drove all the way to Turlock, to a Turlock Starbucks to meet this guy. And he's like a cool guy and everything, and I do like his idea that he has, but it's literally just him. Like, he doesn't have an actual
Yeah.
company or anything. It's like, they said it was a startup, but I didn't realize it was like literally like just now starting startup. Like, I would be
Yeah.
the first actual employee. And he was relatively upfront about that in person, but he was not upfront about it in the email. And
Mm.
the general idea, I mean, I don't know if this is, I don't know if there's anything about saying the type of business it is, or I don't know,
I don't
whatever.
know.
It doesn't really matter. I mean, he has a public website, so whatever. But the general
Yeah.
idea is he would like scan houses for realtors, and like they could let people who are interested in buying a house, they could let them like explore the house in VR before they buy the house, which is like, it's a cool idea and it could take off, you know. It could certainly be a thing. There's definitely flaws with the idea, but
Yeah, it could definitely make money in some capacity.
yeah. But the way he sold it to me was, you would basically, I don't know if I was gonna scan the houses or if he was gonna scan the houses, but I would be given a scan of a house and I would take it into Blender or whatever just to clean up all the like artifacts that come from doing that, like make it not all fucked up, and then put it into Unity, put it into whatever engine system we have that like allows you to explore it, and then create like a package, and then he would send that package to the realtor, and then they would use that to like, put in their VR headset and show to customers. Which again, I mean, not a terrible way to do it. Again, there's problems with it because it's like, what if you do an update to the way your VR works, and then now all the old versions are all out of date? You have to like go
Yeah.
in person and give them new versions for their VR
Yeah, I mean
headsets.
it's absolutely a money pit idea,
Yeah,
but you could get someone else to sink their money into it, and then
that's kind
you'd
of what
be
I was
profitable.
thinking. That's how I was looking at it first too, because it was like, I don't need to have this like passion for the fucking idea, you know. It's like whatever.
Yeah.
If I think I can make money on it, then I'll do it. But so the way he sold it was, I would do that. I would make it one package, as he was calling it, like a scanned house, and then I would get. He would sell a package for like $300, and then I would get $100 of that, and then the other 200 would go back into the company, and whatever. So
That's
in order,
pretty small potatoes, though.
yeah, it's really not much, especially for the amount of work it is. And his original claim was like $1,000 a week or something like that. So I
Yeah.
would have to do 10 packages a week to reach that. And it's like, even if I took the fucking time to do that, which, if I was getting $1,000 a month, I probably would, but, or $1,000 a week, I probably would do that. But there's no way he's getting that many clients. Like, he's going to be lucky to get like 3 or 4 clients like in a year, Like, I just don't know how that many clients would fucking go through his system. And he wanted a working prototype like 2 weeks after the thing started, which I guess isn't that unreasonable actually. But that was during finals, so I was just kind of like, yeah, I don't know. Actually, I kind of realized that it was gonna interrupt my
Mm.
final schedule, and I also realized that I wasn't gonna be making fucking $1,000 a week from it anytime soon. So I just kind of backed out. Oh well, actually no. Um, I was still on the fence about it, and then he texted me and said like, "All right, man. Out of all the interviews I did, you and one other guy stood out the most. So I just wanted to offer you guys to just split the position, like you guys would both work on it." So it went from like $1,000 a
Yeah.
week to like $100 a week if I'm lucky, to now $50 a week. Like, I'm just like, bro, just give it to the other guy. Like, this is not worth my fucking headache. There's no way.
Right.
So I just kind of told him like, hey, sorry, something came up. Don't worry about it, you know. But it's still, you know, this could be the one that got away. I could look like a fucking idiot, and I'm sitting here like laughing about it, and then, you know, that company just explodes, and I could have been the first guy in it. Could have been Steve Jobs, you know.
Well, it's hard not to laugh about it because it's just so funny.
I mean, you know, it's not like every fucking startup is a home run, you know, and I'm sure he's not expecting this to explode immediately. He's just learning the in and outs of it. Okay, I think that's enough fucking design on the Jam logo. I think I'm alright. Great, and all that work, and it's covered by the fucking thing. God damn it. I didn't even think about that.
It looks good.
Pissed. I need to make the actual jam jar part look better. It's just solid fucking purple right now. But thank you. Maybe I could get away with kind of scooting everything down a little bit. Oh god, not that. Like it's like swallowing something. Like gulp. Oh, that's like completely blocked by your screen. That's like not even showing.
Hello.
Shit. Why is it pulling the fucking curtain with it so much? Curtain, whatever. Oh, I have it selected, that's why. Jesus. There we go. Oh, I also, I got a Steam Deck.
Right.
That thing is fucking awesome. I'm a very big fan of it so far. It's like the ultimate emulation machine, you know. It's so good for emulators. I've never really been a Dreamcast guy. But I put so many Dreamcast games on there, and I'm just like digging through them. And there's so many games that I'd never even heard of that I'm giving a shot now. It's pretty fun. And there's also like the party game part of it is very good too.
Is the screen on it a touch screen?
Yeah. I mean, I hardly ever even use that, but there's been times where it comes in handy.
I've been emulating DS games, if that would be.
Yeah, there's a DS and a 3DS emulator on there, and I was just kind of thinking, like, how would that even work? Like, is that really beneficial? I don't know if I would even really want that. Because I feel like, I'm just thinking, like, I guess they would have to do it half and half, or I guess the touch screen would be, like, here, and then your main screen would be, like, here, bigger. Like, I don't know how you would fit both on one already pretty small screen, not have it look like stupid.
Yeah, I wonder.
What does jelly look like through the glass? I can't see my mouse cursor. My mouse cursor is invisible. Okay. Yeah, it's just purple. It's a much darker purple than I'm doing, though, so I should take that into consideration. It's way darker and it's way more saturated. Yeah. it's more like that. What? Oh. Yeah, that's more like it. But yeah, I've just loaded so many party games on there. Like, I'm just anticipating one day we're all just over and it's just like, damn, I want to play something. Then I just whip this thing out, plug it in, put GameCube controllers on, and we have literally like 150 random ass party games that I've collected to choose from, and we'll just sit there for like hours entertained.
Are those like really hard to get now?
Party games?
No,
Emulators?
and the Steam Decks.
Oh, well, right now, yeah. So the idea is you can't buy one directly right now. You buy like a reservation for it,
Mm.
and then what the fuck? Why is it like this? You buy a reservation, and then with that reservation, then you get an email however many months later, and they'll be like, now you can buy one. Just to give you an idea of that, I put my reservation literally the day they became announced, like the day they were a thing. I put my reservation, and I got it like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So it took a fucking while. So if you put one in right now, it's gonna take a long time, but that'll eventually get to a point where it's more normal, I'm assuming.
I was suggesting it to Nick because he doesn't have a PC, but he doesn't really. It seems like he is only really interested in games. I feel like that's the first Steam Deck's like the first solution, really.
Yeah, or just like a console, I guess, but yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, like being able to play games that are on Steam.
Mm-hmm.
Like he wants to be able to play indie games and like Hylix and stuff like
He
that.
could just build like a low specs PC and not put too much crazy effort into it, right?
Yeah, he might do that. He's weighing it, but I don't know if he's fully interested.
I remember we've been trying to get Frankie for a long time, and he was basically sold, and then weirdly he played a Yu-Gi-Oh game on his phone, and it convinced him that he didn't want a PC.
Wow.
Because he got so addicted to it that he
Was it
didn't
Duel
get.
Links?
I don't know, but he said he got so addicted to it that he like couldn't do anything else, and was just like sitting at home playing it for like a full day, and then was just like, yeah, if I got a PC, this would be a problem. Like,
It's always a good call.
yeah, so he might be right. That's what okay. I kept something was off about the colors because I had my specular all the way up still, so it was all shiny. It looked weird and it was like annoying me. What is this seam though? Oh, it's because I didn't actually make this angled properly. There. You been into any shows?
Not really. Now that I think about it, I'm trying to think even the last show I watched. I watched a bunch of movies on the plane to Ireland and back because they had some pretty good movies. I watched the Suicide Squad, the new one
Did you like it?
or newer one. Yeah, I thought it was pretty good.
Certainly a lot better than the other one for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I enjoyed that. It was a fun watch.
They sort of went the other way. I feel like the way, even though it was James Gunn, like, who was pretty stylish with his directing, I feel like the first one was trying to be like super stylish, and it totally failed in that
Yeah, it was like
way.
annoying. It was like annoyingly trying too hard to be stylish.
Yeah, and I feel like with this one, they did the opposite, where it's like a ton of like realism and like pretty medium or close shots all the time. Like people are always there, right next to each other. Very little green screen. It seems like that was cool.
It's
Sort of
reasonable to
works better
say,
that
yeah.
way.
Just like more practical stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it was. I feel like Margot Robbie was actually really good in it.
I feel like she's like fucking
Like,
Robert Downey Jr. level of casting. Like she is Harley Quinn. She is like so
yeah, she does
dialed
it
into
really
that role
well.
now. There's a few characters like that that are just like so fucking locked into their look now. I feel like there's a Marvel one besides Tony Stark that I was thinking of, but I can't think of him right now. But whatever. There's a few cases like that where it's like just a great live action adaptation of a character that just like takes over your brain.
Mhm.
I wonder if I could get away with doing some glass effects on this and not looking stupid. Maybe I'll do this. Um, kind of works. Let me try a little more. But yeah, I feel like the Steam Deck for me, I'm just thinking like I'm preparing myself for when I do have to do a flight or something eventually. Because I really don't
Mhm.
travel all that much, so it does kind of feel dumb being so prepared for something that I don't do that often. But when it does happen, like, oh, I'm gonna be so fucking ready.
Nice.
I think I have like about 400 games actually downloaded on there. Because I downloaded like I got like a terabyte SD card, just filled it up. But it takes some elbow grease. It's not something that like is really all that plug and play. It has its issues. Oh, that was a bad idea. That's where the seam is. But yeah, if you do, or if you are in the market for watching something, Spy Family has been popping the fuck off lately. People are like going crazy over that.
Is that an anime? It
Yeah,
sounds like an anime.
it's Spy X Family, but you don't say the X, I guess. Hunter x
Sure.
Hunter. Speaking of which, fucking Hunter x Hunter is back. Not the anime, but the manga is like back to being written again. It's been hiatus for like 10 years or something.
Oh, I didn't know it was back.
It like just started. It like just happened. This is fresh
Wow.
off the press news. Oh,
So
yeah, I'm very happy about that.
is the author like not sick anymore
I
or
guess he's good enough that
wasn't
he
that?
can write. I don't know if he's like cured or anything like that though. I doubt that.
Sure. Yeah.
But I think he's feeling good enough that he's okay to write because he is. So.
Yeah. Can't get this circle to I'm doing something wrong. Trying to get this lid to fit on it. I feel like I need to go by like the geometry a little better.
But yeah, Spy Family is like, um, it's a story about a spy who has to like go undercover to get, basically he has to like make a fake family to like infiltrate a school to get some sort of intel. So he just like adopts some kid from a random adoption center and then like finds some random lady and like convinces her to pretend to be his wife, and they just like go undercover like that for a while. But
Huh.
the kid is a telepath, so she can like read minds, and the wife is an assassin. She just happened to pick like an assassin lady. So like they're all three like keeping their secret identities from each other, but like the kid knows all of their secret identities immediately because she's a telepath. So it's this really
Oh,
fun like back and forth, and
yeah.
it creates a really fun dynamic where like the parents are both just constantly lying to each other and to the kid, but the kid completely sees through it. But she also has to like go through school and get good grades to like advance the mission, and she like knows that if she fails school she'll just go back to the adoption center because the spy's mission will have failed and he'll just leave. So it's like has kind of like a really sad undertone to it of her like being really desperate to keep her family like that. And but there's also the positive side of like the spy and the assassin both just kind of, like getting over the pretending that they're a family and like actually starting to like each other.
Hmm.
So it's a good watch. It's funny and it's got heart and it's got good action.
Is it like Spy Kids?
Hmm. Mostly in name. Beyond
Just a
that,
name?
yeah, I can't think
'Cause
of
that's
much.
also about a spy family who's
Suppose that's true. Yeah. This one has like magic though. I mean, it's not really magic. They play it off as science. Despite, I guess Spy Kids has magic too. Actually, yeah.
kinda, yeah.
It's both the same thing where it's basically magic, but they play it off as science, like you were saying before. Because like the
Hmm.
girl's a fucking telepath. Like they can't really
Yeah.
play around that too much. But then at the same time, in Spy Kids, you have an island of dinosaurs and thumb people. I feel like there's weirder shit that I'm that should probably come to mind than that, but Spy Kids is fucking weird, man. I don't know.
Machete.
Yeah, that's like in the same universe, isn't it? Like is that actually like canon?
Yeah.
That's so
I
weird. It's
think
not just the same actor, like it's the same character.
yeah, he's in all of it. He's like the linking factor.
He's the uh Nick Fury. Is it whatever?
Yeah, actually that I'd say that is probably
I couldn't remember who Nick Fury was.
those El Mariachi movies are really good. Those
El
are a fun watch.
Mariachi.
Yeah, that's part of that series. Maybe I'm confusing them, but
It's part of the Machete Spy Kids series.
yeah, it's the Rodriguez series of,
How long running is this series?
or maybe maybe I'm thinking of Dusk Till Dawn. Machete was originally a fake trailer in another movie. That was
Oh, and then they made it
that was
into an
how it
actual
started.
movie.
Yeah. Uh,
That's a funny origin. That does not inspire a lot of confidence in the idea. I feel like at least makes it sound
Rich.
funny.
Yeah. Uh, oh, Grindhouse was the the movie it's from, which is like it has a couple shorts and stuff, but it's related to From Dusk Till Dawn, which is vampires, and El Mariachi is El Mariachi, Desperado, and there's another one, but it's about a guy. It's like a superhero basically, but it's like guns. It's just like almost like a silly or yeah, it's like a very silly cartoony version of John Wick.
Sounds like the Punisher.
Yeah, kind of.
Superhero, but guns.
But I mean, it's just like a big adventure thing with a hero, and there's a lot of action, and the action's very good. Once Upon a Time in Mexico is the last. It's a trilogy. Antonio Banderas plays El Mariachi.
Is he the same character as in Spy Kids?
No.
Damn.
I wonder, maybe that's the maybe I'm like El Mariachi maybe isn't part of it, and it's just the same director. El Mariachi,
Spy Kids.
the Mexico trilogy, also known as the Desperado trilogy.
Damn, I cannot get this fucking fake glare working at all. This just looks stupid every time I try it.
Yeah, I have doing like light reflection on metal is not my strong suit. El Mariachi. But the whole thing with El Mariachi is he has a big mariachi guitar, but there's a gun in the neck of it, so he can point it and shoot. There's a bunch of cool. I'm just gonna see actually it.
That looks pretty good. I kind of like doing a little light strip like that. I wonder if I do another one.
Here, look. Is it really small?
Yeah. Well, here, I can make it
Yeah.
big. I could do...
No, don't make it. That's what I'm saying. Don't
Oh,
make it big.
you want it to be
for the-
small. I'm like squinting to see it. Are you sure that's not Junie's dad?
Junie's dad is the other one.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. It basically is. That's like
That's great.
like if you watch these movies and then you watch Spy Kids, you know like he's doing this and the director is doing this like it's the character all grown up, but it's not like canon or whatever, but that's how he's acting. That's like the energy.
All grown up?
What did I say?
So it's like this character's acting like they're all grown up or something?
Yeah. How he's like a dad now, you know?
Oh, okay. I was like, he's an adult in both movies, isn't he? Like,
Yeah. But like, you know,
matured.
still pretty young. This scene, I was in a corridor thing as well. The person who directed this also directed a Mandalorian episode, and he like copied this shot where a guy gets shot on the building and then just jumps off and keeps shooting.
That's awesome. I was one of those Dreamcast games I was playing. It's like an arcade beat 'em up, like third 3D like 3D arcade beat 'em up thing, where you can just like use everything as a weapon. Like you just pick up shit and throw it at each other, and fucking use like
That's
guitars
cool.
and stools and grab people and throw them around and shit. And I realized that's like I'm like big into that as a
Yeah,
game
that's great.
mechanic. That's so fun.
That's something I always remember from Project Zomboid, how you have your primary and secondary, which is really your left and right hand, and you can equip anything in those slots and just carry it. Like
It's true, yeah.
like anything, like you can pick up a pen and use it as a weapon, you know, and it just does like zero damage. God, I want to watch these movies.
Are you like where are you with your jelly jar?
Uh, Once again, it's this
It's the
second
metal
layer of
reflection.
texturing. It's texturing and lighting and or shading, I guess. It's the shading and just the right sense of detail that I never can really get on the first pass, at least. Like at this profile, I am happy with the side of the jar. Even if it doesn't really look like it, I'm happy with this. I feel like that looks fine enough. Then the top is all weird, but it's only because this side I did it by hand completely, and this I like drew a circle and tried to match it. So
See, and that's something that we don't even necessarily have to be like locked down to, because you could hypothetically just do this as a material. Like you don't have to
yeah,
hand draw that, you know.
yeah,
It
exactly.
just depends on what kind of style we're doing.
And I mean, I know how to do it where I can bake it as a. I did that before. I used a material, then baked it as a texture, and then put that in Aseprite and just gave it a little like pixely separation. Um, Let me think what I would want to do here.
I guess I could just. That looks kind of cool. Oh, did you hear fucking Netflix Daredevil's getting picked back up again?
Oh,
Disney Plus is getting it, so that does kind of,
I guess.
inspire a little bit of concern, but
I mean, it makes sense that they put him in that Spider-Man movie.
yeah. The writing was definitely on the walls, but it still is really cool to have the confirmation that like it is actually happening. But yeah, I think that'll be interesting, see where all the characters are and everything, pick up where they left off.
Yeah, I feel like I gave up on that group a little bit.
I mean,
I
they all
haven't.
got
I think.
canceled, so you chose a good group to give up on.
Yeah, but I did. I never watched Iron Fist. I
I didn't
watched all the
either.
series that came out, and then yeah, I just heard Iron Fist was bad and didn't even bother.
Because I mean, I feel like I'm already like with Punisher and all that. It's pretty good, but I'm already kind of like, all right, whatever. Like, let's get through this.
Yeah, it's TV
And
quality.
everybody's saying that's the best one, and it's like, I'm kind of putting my nose up to this
Right.
one, and then I'm gonna go watch the shitty one. Like, I'm gonna fucking hate that. Like, Punisher season one was pretty good. I enjoyed it, positive. But Punisher season two is taking me so long to get through. I'm like so fucking annoyed with that show.
I didn't watch season two.
They
That
did,
that came out when I gave up on it, pretty much.
yeah. And then Jessica Jones season two was just like bizarre. I guess I enjoyed that more than Punisher season two for sure, but the second season of Jessica Jones was fucking weird. Um, but yeah, Daredevil season two did like a storytelling trope that I've come to hate, which is like when the villain from the first part gets spared and then comes back because they were spared and causes way more trouble. I feel like whenever you're trying to do like a pacifist story and then you like punish the protagonist for being a pacifist, it's just kind of like annoying more than anything else, and it kind of comes off as you like shitting on the concept of pacifism as a whole. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is just like feels like moment to moment
Yeah, I mean, I guess if
decision.
any show is gonna shit on pacifism, it should probably be the Punisher show. But it's just
Yeah.
like, I don't know. It just felt fucking lazy, and I was just like, okay. And then they made the character way worse. He was way less interesting, and like, I don't know.
Yeah. At a certain point, it's just like I don't know how much I really cared about the Punisher to begin with, you know. I'm not even in the group where it's like so sick to see the Punisher on screen finally. I'm in just the group of just like, oh, this the Punisher show is I've heard of the Punisher.
I know him. That's the guy.
Yeah, he's on the cop cars.
It's a funny trend that people do that. It feels like very inappropriate, I guess. I don't know. Because
Cops with like Batman stickers.
I feel like a Batman sticker would be better because he's at least like a pacifist. Like they're putting like a mass murderer, like psycho guy on their fucking. I don't know, man. I don't think Frank Castle is meant to be like a protagonist you like relate to and root for, right? I mean, I guess maybe you root for him, but he's ultimately a fucking psycho murderer guy. You know, he's killed a fuckload of people, and he didn't always have to. You know. And they did a thing where it was like, damn, maybe Frank Castle really is just like some killer guy and he's not that nice. And it's Frank Castle's like, damn, I guess I'm a bad guy. I should go to jail now as a bad man. And then they just like go back on it and they're like, ah, you didn't actually do that. It's fine. You didn't do that thing you thought you did. And he's like,
Yeah.
okay, we'll go back to being a murderer now. Like, it just didn't feel satisfying. I don't know. It's like, make this dude have some consequences for his actions. I mean, he gets the absolute shit kicked out of him, so I guess those are consequences. I think I'm good. I mean, how much more time do you think you need on your jar?
I don't know. I'm always at that point where I just don't know where to go, you know. But I feel like it could be like 8 hours before it looked good, technically good,
What the fuck is...
but looks okay, I think. Mm, almost. Yeah, I'm down to call it pretty soon.
Well, I'm thinking... My main problem right now is I feel like there's not enough detail on this cloth. It feels kind of flat. So I don't know if there's much I could really do about that, though, because it's already like a pattern. I feel like if I try to add like a shadow to the pattern, it would be kind of messy. Yeah, I'm gonna just raise up the like skirt a little bit, make it a little less prominent. Oh, another thing about that game though, that beat 'em up game I was talking about earlier, it's It's called Dynamite Cop, which is a very cool title. Um,
That was good.
but as you like take more damage, your character's clothes get like more and more torn up, which is a very cool little like damage
Ooh, yeah.
indicator. You know, it's a
Do you
pretty
remember?
simple effect, I guess, but I feel like it has a good effect.
Do you remember when I had said that before? How like I feel like more games should have like bloody noses.
Oh yeah, I don't remember saying that, but I feel like I agree with that.
That should be like that's always a good look in games that have like I mean a beat 'em up especially. But
Just
I
have your
remember,
characters show their fucking, like have them actually look like they just got out of a fight.
yeah, I really Project Zomboid has actually made like quite an impact on me. I feel like as far as good little choices for realism and like
Yeah, that's a lot of good game design for sure.
because they do that technically. Like if you get bit or not, if you get scratched but not bit, your clothes will rip. They have like every part of the clothes or every part of the outfit has its own area that can have a hole in it.
Yeah, and you have to like actually stitch it back up too. It like goes the extra
Yeah.
mile, and it like actually matters. It like affects the defense of it and how much it protects you from cold and shit based
Yeah.
on how torn up it is. Zomboid's crazy with that kind of shit, man. They go deep with their systems.
They had a they keep adding they're doing their incremental updates all the time. And they did another one recently where you know how you can walk and then jog and then sprint by holding alt, you know?
Yeah, I like learned about sprint so far into how like into playing that game.
Yeah.
I like didn't know about that for a while, and then when I did learn it, I was just like too scared to use it because if you like run into
Yeah.
a wall and bounce off, you're just dead.
Yeah. If you like if you sprint past someone, you'll trip.
And it's also like God, like how many games am I like scared to run? Like
Yeah.
it's an interesting thing.
Well, I was playing a sandbox mode of it with sprinters on, and that
Oh
is so
God,
fucking hard.
I did not. I saw that mode and was like, fuck no, absolutely not.
Well, there's a way to act. It feels like it makes them like you have to play it super short lives. Like you just throw yourself as if you were a swarm, just like over and over, try and kill a few, get killed, kill a few, just to clear like a building. But the setting that I had it on accident was there's like a thing for zombies where if they come up behind you, they'll slow your character down.
Oh God,
So if you, I was
you're
going
just
at
double
full,
fucked.
yeah, going at full sprint and they're faster than you, and if they get close to you, they kill your speed completely. So it's like you can't let them hear you or see you once. It definitely adds a lot more to where like how I was before, where I was just doing sandbox and everything was kind of relatively easy. Doing that, going from that to just like,
The hardest survival mode possible.
yeah. Also, I forgot that I play that game with the deaf like
You still do
perk
that,
on. Yeah.
even though you have headphones now.
Yeah, I'm just used to it.
So
I
you just
just
have
thought
no audio at all, like ever.
no.
That's
I
wild.
had it on, but I had it on today and it was like so fucking loud. The car is so loud and every time you hit a zombie it's like
It's like God,
big
just give me my deafness back.
watermelon sounds. Yeah, you get 10 skill points just for being deaf.
That's gotta be great for like actual deaf people. You know, it's gotta be a good like hype moment.
Yeah, honestly, adding any sort of advantage for people with disabilities is probably, I don't know, maybe that could be like perceived as insulting, I guess, but I feel like that's a good.
Like, here's an easy mode for deaf people. Here you go.
It's more like,
It's like, bro, I
I
can
don't
play video games still. Like,
know.
come on.
Yeah.
Okay, oh, wait. I feel like I'm gonna sit here and tweak this fucking skirt thing forever, man.
I'm gonna see if I can just do a layer where I do like a fake reflection.
Like on the material?
No, like I'm just adding a layer and doing like messing with the properties. Like instead of normal overlay, maybe I'll do like lighten.
I
And
just
then
realized
like
nobody does the red thing with grape jelly. It's
the red thing.
the red like skirt I put on my jar. That's for like it looks like that
Oh yeah.
that's only on
Yeah.
like red jellies, red jams.
Yeah. I mean, it looks cool. Maybe you could just do. I mean, look at Smuckers. Maybe you just color shift the red to a purple.
That's not a bad point. Or I call it
Some of
red grape jam. It's only for
yeah.
red grapes. Yeah, look at that. It's got like it's the same thing, just blue. Maybe
Yeah.
I think I'll just try to hue shift it. Let's see how that goes.
I've had some, what's it called? Uh, Power Unite songs stuck in my head.
Tower Unite. Oh yeah, I don't
The one
remember
that
what that
goes.
was.
That's it.
What about the Sunshine Day?
Of course.
Oh yeah, that's a good decision. That looks a lot better. Oh no, but I didn't save this. Shit, whatever. I don't even know what song you're talking about like at all. I don't. I think I might have. Did I turn off the music? Where does this play?
Um, at the end of mini golf for certain.
Okay, I've only played mini golf one time, so that's probably why.
I've been logging into that game just to play the mini golf.
Oh, for some reason I was thinking Mario Kart the whole time I was having that
Uh,
conversation until just now.
oh,
I don't know why. I thought mini golf was golf cart.
can't keep using this excuse. Oh, I was thinking of Mario Kart. People are dead.
It's in court.
I was thinking of Mario Kart. Sorry, this whole time I was thinking of Mario Kart. Thought that's what you were saying.
I think hue shifting that was a very good decision.
Nice.
Bam, 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 bam. Jelly, jelly, jam, jam.
Bam, 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 bam. Chili, chili, jam, jam.
Yeah, I don't really fuck with jelly anymore.
Yeah, I was always a jam guy.
Yeah, I feel like I had jelly as like a kid. I feel like the only time I ever had jelly was when like my mom bought jelly instead of jam, and I would be like, why does it suck to spread?" Like I wasn't smart enough to make the connection that like this is a different thing. I was just like, this time my purple goop is hard to spread, but before
Yeah.
it was easy, so that upsets me irrationally. This was like 3 weeks ago.
Jam, 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 jam. That looks great.
My jam?
Yeah.
Thank you. I like my jam. I really like this style we've gone with. I feel like I always fall back on this like pixel arty textured thing. But I feel like it just looks so cool, like the Mega Man Legends Ape Escape kind of look. But yeah, I've been playing some like actual PS2 games lately, and like I feel like before I described our style as like kind of a PS2 style because it's not as low poly or low textures as PS1. I feel like we go higher poly and higher resolution on the textures, but it also definitely isn't PS2 styled. I'm learning because I feel like PS2 style has like a very clear indication to it. I feel like there is a style on
Yeah,
the PS2 that
they
is
were
not this
going
colorful.
for they were going for technical advancements for PS2.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot more like realism and grays and stuff
Yeah.
like that than I remembered than I would like think of. So I guess when I'm saying like a PS2 style, I guess I mean like if Mega Man Legends was on the PS2, I guess, but even then they wouldn't have kept the like pixel art textures, you know. They would have cleaned up the textures. If you look like Ape Escape 2, everything's all like clean, which is fine, you know, obviously. I like how
Yeah.
this looks. So I like
I
keeping the higher resolution and the higher poly count of the PS2, but remove all the like fancy lighting and shit and just do pixel art.
I think of it as GameCube
That's fair.
personally.
It's more GameCube, yeah. GameCube is a lot more colorful. Still though, like
GameCube
there's
was
like
my favorite.
there are like no games before like I feel like before like 2010. Well, no, that's probably a broad statement. I mean that's probably a bold statement, but I feel like there's a point where like nobody was making pixel art textures on purpose, you know, because like if you did that, it like people would assume like oh it's a less powerful system, it looks like shit.
Yeah.
Like I feel like there had to be a long period of time where people like were like oh we've moved past pixel art textures, we're beyond that, and then people later had to be like there's still something here, you know. Because I still like this look a lot. It might be I don't know. Would you think it'd be easier if we had learned how to do just like well, I guess you know how to do this. If I had learned just like better shader stuff rather than texture work, like I wonder if that would have taken less time to do this.
Mm,
Because then I wouldn't have had to like draw all this like. Well, I guess yeah, I still would have had to draw the pattern in the logo, but like
well,
all
you
this
would.
shit, it would have just been like a reflective material. I would have
Yeah,
created
you
and
would
dumped
never
on there.
get this result with learning materials.
Yeah,
But they are good to know. I think they, in a way, they didn't help me that much because I ended up like wanting to be able to uh, uh, procedurally generate more stuff than was really like viable. Like Blender has a lot of built-in textures and stuff and like noise functions that Unity doesn't and normal shading systems don't. Like Blender's kind of nice because it's also like an animation studio thing. Like you're supposed to be able to animate movies in this software and render scenes.
yeah.
So it's not fully a 3D program for video game development.
That's one of the things I like about it. It has its uses. You know, it has like a broad amount of uses.
It always feels like there's something worth learning.
It's like you're using the screwdriver on a multi-tool. You know, it's a
Yeah.
good screwdriver, but there's a lot of other stuff too. Just put that on the box. Look how fucking ugly this texture is, though. that, I wonder how common this is for people's textures to just be fucking hideous messes like this, or if normal people like clean that up and like actually care about that. It's like, why does it
Yeah.
matter, right? But it does kind of bother me.
Eh.
Whatever, it's not worth worrying about. Oh, this is the wrong Unity file. Oops. Where's my fucking mall thing? Yeah, where's that fucking project file that we had going for hella long that was in the mall? I gotta find that. I don't want to lose that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, I think it's just movement. Wasn't it just movement?
Maybe.
But it's not showing up here. How do I just open a project file?
Uh, add? Can you do add?
Oh, okay. And then I just go to it.
Probably.
There we go.
You should be able, like, somewhere deep in it, you can just click it and it'll open.
Oh no, why is this back? What the fuck? God damn it. Ugh. Oh, I still had that old version of Blender open this whole time. Mustang grape jelly. But yeah, I don't know. I've never really gone hard on jelly like at all. I just get this shit, this like Welch's shit, like every time. Welch's grape jam. It's like all I fuck with. I feel like I could probably broaden my horizons a bit.
Mustang jelly.
We be jamming. A quick story about my grapes.
We be jamming. This Kong has a funny face.
There's a new AI thing in the works right now. It's like I'm sure you've seen something, but it's like you just describe an image and a style, and then it just creates it and just shits it out, and it's like crazy good.
Ooh.
Um,
Oh, I haven't seen it.
let me see. Let me see if I can remember what it was. Yeah, Dolly. That's it. So it might be a little like sus because it gives you preset things here that you can test, but the actual beta isn't out yet. It's only out for certain people, and I signed up for it for like a while ago. I signed up for it like months ago, so I'm pretty high up on the wait list, hopefully. But like you could see, for example, here, like you could pick either astronaut teddy bears, a bowl of soup, and then each one has like a second descriptor. So you say like an astronaut playing basketball with cats in space in a minimalist style, and then these are like the images that it spits out, and it like looks really fucking nice. But again, you do watercolor style, but I feel like they probably just handpicked ones that looked really nice. So it's a little suspicious.
Yeah, I wonder.
As pixel art, does pixel art as one? But yeah,
Have
so
you seen
I'm very excited to get my results from this because I feel like this is gonna be so fun to play with.
AI Dungeon does pixel art now?
Yeah, it's weird. I don't think I've ever
Yeah.
seen a piece of art come out of that was actually like felt related. Actually, no. One time
Yeah.
on Wayne's stream when they were doing it, they did like a McDonald's story, and one of the pictures had a McDonald's logo in it.
It's good.
Oh, this is cool
Yeah,
too. Look, you can
pretty cool.
take an image and add something into it. So you could say like, put a flamingo there, and it'll like put it in and add reflections and match the lighting and everything.
Ooh.
So you could just take it and just say, add a corgi on that bench, and it'll do it and give you all these different versions of it. That's sick. It puts it in the painting. But yeah, like I really want to get my hands on this. I feel like this would be a whole stream. Like that could be a whole stream of us just fucking around with that.
Yeah, I'm down. AI is always so fun.
But yeah, I joined the waitlist. I think like 2 months ago, and I've seen I saw a guy on Twitter who got in on the waitlist and was like doing requests that you send him and was tweeting them out, and they all looked really good too. So I do believe it.
Nice.
I also saw some people very upset about this, saying like, there's one tweet in particular that was like, you grew up in an era where art meant something. You very well may die in an era where die in an artless void where everything is made by machines and nothing means anything. And it's just like, bro, come on. Like I can't. This does not mean that artists are gonna stop making art. You know, they can just coexist. I feel like, but whatever.
Yeah, people get.
Have you ever
people
seen a
always get
polar bear
scared
playing bass? Or a robot
about
painted like a
AI.
Picasso? Didn't think so. DALL-E 2 is a new AI
scary.
system from OpenAI that can take simple text descriptions like a koala dunking a basketball and turn them into photorealistic images that have never existed before. DALL-E
Alright.
2 can also realistically edit and retouch photos.
No, that looks
Based on a
bad.
simple natural language description, it can fill in or replace part of an image with AI-generated imagery that blends seamlessly with the original. It's called inpainting. In January 2021, OpenAI introduced DALL-E, a system that could generate images from text, like this avocado armchair. DALL-E 2 takes...
Okay, I forgot that I was waiting for my Unity project to load this whole time. Oh, that's right. Okay, I forgot that this was like a swallowed whole thing now. I was expecting it to be the thing in the mall still.
Oh yeah.
This is better though. But yeah, I was gonna say, like, I feel like is there any way that you would be like, is there something we could change about it that would make you interested in like continuing work on Swallowed Whole as an actual game, you know?
I mean, I'm happy to help with ideas and stuff, but I guess I just don't know.
I guess I just mean like, is there something that would change it from being like, yeah, I'll help out if you need me, to being like something that you feel like is like your game too, and you like would like to work on it, that kind of shit, you know?
I guess.
Because we have so much shit already laid for the foundation for Swallowed Whole. Like the fucking world shift system, I'm so proud of that system. But I guess we could use that for a lot of other shit. But still, I feel like it's almost a shame to not use all this work that I did for that class project for something like I feel like we could turn that foundation into something a lot cooler. And I just don't really know what that direction like is, you know?
Yeah, I'm trying to think what's missing for it or anything. That's the thing. I feel like I just don't have very strong feelings either way.
Yeah.
I guess honestly the thing is for me is it feels like I need a version of it in my head that I could get that I would like. I guess there's like a to me it feels like the complete version, like the cool like extended version of this where everything is like brought to its extreme in like all, like puzzle and physics and animation and whatever, you know?
Yeah.
That's like the only way that I can really see it for some reason. And it's like way beyond me to do that. It's way beyond either of us, you know?
Yeah. You just keep seeing it as like a really big scale, like a large scale thing.
I feel like there's a big gap. I don't see the middle ground, you know, between
Yeah.
like yeah, I don't see the middle ground to in between like where it's at now and you know, just some crazy game with a world shift mechanic. I feel like they're maybe like a
But yeah, I guess the point I'm trying to make is like I'm open to a fucking weirdo pivot if you want to like
yeah.
try to pitch like a weird direction to go with this. I feel like that would be
I
kind
would
of
say-
an interesting thing.
I think maybe things like or something maybe that mess with perspective could make it more interesting, I guess.
Yeah,
Or
it
just-
really, it very much is right now like an early thing of just like a class
Yeah.
project idea. Like it very much has a lot of room to grow, you know.
Actually, that was something also that Nick was saying. He'd always want to doing games. I showed him Superliminal last night after he explained his idea, and it's kind of similar. Have you ever seen Superliminal?
Yeah, Superliminal's crazy.
Yeah. If
Does
there was
Nick
maybe
want to
some-
like join any of these streams ever? Like that would be cool.
Maybe, but I don't know if he. I don't know. He hasn't really mentioned that so far, but he has said that he really enjoyed working on a project. and,
Yeah,
like, contributing to
I
the
liked his
project.
help. Like he did a very good job on the fucking Dark Cowboy track. That was like literally exactly what I had in my mind. I was
Yeah.
super happy with that. But I've always thought it'd be cool to like over time kind of like expand these streams to like include more and more people that are into making this shit. But I feel like that we just don't know that many people that are,
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a slow grind.
for sure.
But yeah, the way me and Nick were talking about it last night kind of felt like if we had that's not going good. If we had like, cause Nick could do a lot, or like Nick could help a lot in terms of, I mean, you remember at the end of Dark Cowboy when I was just like writing lines for people and like I was really trying hard, but even then I
Is that when I
couldn't
was
really-
snoring?
Yeah, yeah. I was writing lines and realizing that it's like you kind of have to be in a different headspace to write lines that are good on the spot, you know.
Yeah, just for
And
the
it would
context
be-
of the stream's sake, like it was literally like an hour. I don't remember exactly when it was, but I think it was like 5 or 6 hours before it was actually due. We like thought we were done, and we were like packaging it and everything, and then
Yeah.
we just then realized that there can be bugs that exist in your build but not in the editor. And we didn't
Yeah.
know that was a thing. So we had the fucking final build ready, and it was just like 50 new bugs that we have never seen before. And it was just like, oh, this isn't going to happen. I like literally remember thinking like, we can't turn anything in. Like, this is literally unplayable. Like after all this time. And we just fucking jammed and crunched so hard. I was literally about to go to bed when we found that. And I just like forced myself to stay up the whole time. And we did it. We got everything fixed. And it was like Connor was saying, it was after we did that crazy crunch, I was like trying my best to stay and help Connor, but I was like done with everything I thought I needed to do. And I was just sitting there trying to think of anything, and I just fucking passed out on my desk and was just snoring loud as fuck into the voice chat while he was working on it. And then he wrapped up all the voices. That was a rough experience, though. But yeah, anyways, like you're saying, there's
It's
like a
fun.
certain headspace. It was very fun. I liked it a lot. I just wish that last bit didn't happen.
But yeah, I guess what I was gonna say was that like every once in a while I feel like I mean, in general, like you and I will, like, we'll make something and then we'll run it past each other, you know,
Yeah.
and just say like, do you see anything wrong with this or whatever. But if at any point I'm just like, you know, say like I have an idea and I just have a very strong idea, like I sometimes do, or it's like pretty clear vision on what it should look like, or how it maybe works, um, in like a circumstantial way. I have to like pull that out of my brain while I'm also doing the code stuff, and I have to every time I do it, I have to mentally switch. Like I really do switch. It's like I have to put down a tool or something, you know. And I feel like we could save quite a bit of time in development and stuff if I'm like kind of in the middle, and we can just like, if at any point we need like guidance on an idea, we can go to Nick, and Nick will be able to do that. And there's a little bit more of a separation between the creativity, like the fully creative stuff, and the code, where we can be a little more like airlocked from it and just like uh get it passed down in a sense.
Yeah.
I feel like that can help. That would help, at least with times when we just don't know. I feel like it's just a triangle, you know. It's good. It's a good balance thing when it's 1-to-1 on an idea. If we both see things, like if we both have basically exactly conflicting ideas or something, there's a tiebreaker. But I think in general, like he's just great at holding. He's good at holding ideas, or holding on to ideas for later, and that's really good too. How do I?
Do you kind of think
How do
that's like the role he could fill in?
Kind of. I mean, in the way that I have like all my story ideas and like all that lore, that it's weirdly, I mean, it's been updated and stuff, but it's never like gotten thinner. It's only gotten more dense. All the like little plot bits and stuff that I've been coming up with since we basically started all this. And it would be great if like that side of it was just partially handled by someone else, like someone who's just like, there's so much flavor and like personality in the world, like the game world that we're trying to do, that is just like up in the air, you know. Like we kind of know how people talk or whatever, but it's like how far, what's the range of people in our world, you know. Like people can only write so much dialogue before it starts sounding the same.
Yeah, we're definitely. I think I agree with that. Yeah, we definitely need to bring in like other heads for that, because I don't think that that's going to be one of my strengths at all. Like I am not. I have no confidence in my like writing abilities.
And I mean, for me, I feel like I have a little bit of confidence from just school, from doing it in school,
Yeah.
but it's not something that I'm really ever going to be putting that much more. I'm not going to really try and get that much better at it compared to how much I'm going to work on getting better at, you know, C#. I'm going to be working super hard to try to get better at C# and just lay back on the writing stuff.
We were also. I don't know how far we'll actually go with this, but we were also somewhat considering like learning Godot, which could
Yeah.
be interesting. Oh, the pivot on my jam is off.
Did I ever tell you about the first jam I ever did in San Jose?
Maybe. I don't remember.
It was like, I mean, it was like the jam that we did, but kind of maybe a larger group. It was like the jam we did for MJC.
Oh, okay.
But there's like a lot of groups know each other and are just going in to like get better, and then there are people who like want their first ever experience in game dev, you know, and I was in that side of it. So a lot of those people got grouped up like randomly, basically, based on roles. And I had music because I felt like maybe I could do that. And we had one programmer, and it was a guy who was obsessed with Godot. You know, weird, just like maybe not obsessed with it, but he would like anytime you were like you looked at his screen, he would turn the screen and be like, "It's Godot. It's the most efficient open
He's
source
like a
software
walking ad for
getting
it.
to." Yeah, because it was just like he kind of knew like this is like people don't really use Godot, and also it was 6 years ago I want to say now, so Godot sucked like
Had a lot of
Blender
room to grow.
compared to what Blender is like now. I feel like I don't know, Blender's been pretty good, but yeah, and then by the end of it, what we got was a like top-down, just a top-down dungeon thing. Like the idea is, you know, like Zelda, like Zelda 1 or that sort of thing, tile-based dungeon thing. But the
Yeah.
only level we had was a square room, and the character was like a circle with two little circles on the side that like it just made it almost, it just didn't look like a person or anything. It was just this weird abstract blocky thing, and when we pitched it, we just let him do all the talking because we didn't even know what it was. None of us had even seen the project file or anything, and he showed it, and we like showed it in front of the group on the last day. There's just this one dungeon, this one square room, and he could move between like literally what I have here in Unity.
Super,
And he-
super bare bones. So what did everyone else do while he was doing the like coding of like you were doing the music, but like
Someone
was
else did sprites. One of the girls did sprites. Someone did something else. It was really we weren't getting anything done. Like we never contacted each other really. But I just remember very specifically it was like this. It was like this, but imagine just a tile floor beneath the square. And I
you would
remember him saying, and we'll put it on Steam for $19.99, and then we'll.
It's
And,
ambitious.
and he was like, and we'll. Oh, I forget exactly how he phrased it, but he was like, we'll use Steam Workshop content.
God, that's so
Like-
ambitious. I don't know why. Where did he get all these ideas?
But like literally, the game was what I'm playing now. This is all we had. And he was like, it'll
Just
be like a
add
dungeon
music and
crawler
sprites.
where you move between dungeons and load these different Steam Workshop levels and build your own level.
He's
and
got to
it'll
be just like
$19.99.
stressed trying to think of something to say. You know, like that's a.
I would agree. Like I would be, but he had such a weird disposition.
He had a
that
confidence too.
He was calm. He was like, "This is awesome. This is a really like."
Either way, I
is,
mean, why do you go to a jam and then like I feel like
I mean,
nobody's
I went
there
'cause
to
I
hear
never,
about like the future of the game. Really, I feel like nobody's like, yeah, I'm gonna add this. Like, the point
That's
is what
kinda-
you did in the hour or whatever, right? Like, or the day.
Well, yeah, it that was a bad experience for me at least. But I mean, I learned a lot, I
Yeah.
guess. But it was like so clear the different types of like what it means to get something done, you know? Like I remember the most impressive thing to me was something that I mean, maybe I'm not very good with particle effects, so I probably couldn't make it as good looking.
Unity
was
makes
like-
that way easier than you expect, but anyway, whatever.
Yeah, it was just like an infinite runner sort of thing, but with like a really, really nice, shiny looking, like pinball, you know, like metal ball. And you just like rolled, it was like physics based. So you like pull left and it rolls up the side of this ramp and then it naturally rolls down and you have to like just push it back and forth on this like these two ramps down a path. And I remember just thinking like that is so insane that they made that in 3 weeks. And then there was another guy who had like a RPG Maker game, and the same thing. I was like, this guy doesn't go here. Like this guy
He
just
just
goes
showed up.
home every day. Yeah, I was convinced that a couple people, and it was that case. I mean, I was like that at the MJC thing. I didn't go to MJC.
That's true, but it wasn't like a requirement to enter the jam, right?
Yeah. But that's basically, it was the same thing. Where it's just like they brought in these outside people who were like,
So you don't even go here. Get out of here. Fuck you.
I mean, part of it too is that it's San Jose, so you kind of always think like everyone's like working at Google and Facebook and Adobe, and it's like, and then you're also just like they're just making like an RPG Maker thing on their lunch break and showing up at the college to show it. It's just like a pretty I don't know. I feel like that could be so many people in Silicon Valley.
Do you want to
Like,
send
on
me
a
your jam and I
project.
could drop it into Unity? Or do you think we should just call it before that?
How do you think I would fix this weird light thing? This doesn't look right.
Let me like actually look at your thing. The light stripe right there.
Yeah, they're too big or something.
I think I would maybe lower the opacity on them. I feel like if you made those like more transparent.
Oh, actually, wait. I got rid of them already. I was gonna try this because I thought maybe just a simpler version would be better. Let me see.
So you guys kind of like a shine there.
It's not really.
You could try what I did. If you just do like a ring around it, you know? Like a horizontal ring, and then just kind of blend it. See, like that?
No, I can't see your screen.
Oh.
Okay. Do it again. Sorry.
I guess it would be better to show it in Blender. So I kind of did like this light strip here,
Yeah.
and then dithered it out. If you try something like that, you know, just put like a white stripe and dither it a little bit, and then make it really, really transparent. That might look okay.
Yeah. I was trying to go off of this, but I feel like that might be too many layers because there's this like there's like this very thin stripe that I can't really replicate on a texture. Let's see if I can just do a quick gradient.
I'd have to do like a roughness map on this to make it look a little better, but I think that generally works. There we go. But yeah, I forgot. I went like hard into this part of it, like the using the Poyomi shader in Unity. I feel like I got pretty okay at this, like using the roughness maps and the normal maps and all that kind of stuff to get the effect I was looking for. I ended up very happy with a lot of the outcomes on that. But yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with my jam. I think my jam.
Nice. Yeah, I may not get a good version of this shading part, but I can just go. Actually, oh gosh. Let's see. No. I wonder what this would look like if I just put it underneath like a specular. What's the word? Like a specular material.
Oh, rather than like drawing it on, like actually have it reflect.
Yeah, maybe at least that could tell me what needs to, like, where it would be placed, where
Yeah,
the
that was a
reflection
hard
would
call
show.
for me. I had a hard time deciding where to do that
You,
lighting.
I feel like you made the right decision though in making it sort of like a shiny but opaque jar. Like maybe the jar isn't actually filled with jelly and it is just a purple jar.
Yeah, it's like a Mountain Dew thing.
Yeah.
I didn't really think of it that way, but you're totally right. Yeah. Because yeah, this
It's
could
like
just be like
like a-
ceramic.
Yeah, like a honey pot.
It's more of a honey pot. I didn't. This really is a honey pot. It's less of a jam jar. I feel like it's
It looks
definitely.
good though. That's like a great blend. The shape of a honey pot, which looks great.
Yeah, I
Combined
just
with
saw
jam.
one jam. I saw one jar that was like really fat bottomed like that, and for some reason that just because my first thought was to make just a straight cylinder, and then I wanted to try to like divert from my first thought a little bit, so I kind of like doing the like fat bottom jar.
Ooh, fat bottom jar. You make the rocking world go round.
I also just really like drawing pixel art grapes. Apparently, where's the other one? Oh, here it is. They're all. I guess I actually did kind. They're kind of all surprisingly like differently styled. I didn't. I thought they'd look more similar, but they all kind of. I feel like they all look pretty distinct. Surprisingly. This one has like a more pronounced vine, and it just got like a full dither on it, whereas this one is like actually kind of shaded.
Oh, I gotta find my jam folder.
I'm still so proud of the fucking grape jelly stuffed crust pizza. I feel like that's one of my favorite props I've made.
Yeah, that is quite good. Where is my da.
So yeah, I guess we should have said this before too, but we're very seriously considering doing the Game Maker's Toolkit Jam, which will be the biggest jam we've ever taken a part in. That's one of the biggest jams just ever. Like that's not even. That's a fucking huge game jam. Like thousands of games get submitted.
Yeah.
But you know, I feel like the other two jams we've done have been very small scale. So like we kind of we couldn't help but stand out just because it was so small. But I feel like this will be a more interesting test of it because we very likely won't really get much recognition from it at all, you know. But if it could, if
No,
it does,
yeah,
like,
certainly.
because there's so many games and so many, like the way he chooses his game projects is completely different from our other shit too. In fact, with the first jam, it was like, whoa, you guys made 3D, like it was
Yeah,
that level
exactly.
of like impression. And then the second one with Dark Cowboy, it was just like this game's very funny. I feel like that was a very funny game. There were some
Yeah.
very solid mechanics to it too, but it wouldn't stand on its own, you know. Like if it became like a full game, it would need to be heavily reworked. And this jam, the Game Maker's Toolkit Jam, they're very much like what is the smartest game design shit, you know. They're
Right.
not really like, they don't really value like comedy as much, and they're not going to be like wowed by us
It's gotta
having
be
3D.
really funny.
Or it has to be really funny and openly funny to anybody. It can't be like inside
Yeah,
jokes.
accessible.
Yeah. So it's, it'll be a much more difficult challenge, and it's only 2 days, which I guess that was the first jam we did was 2 days. The Dark Cowboy was
Yeah.
like a week, but
Week straight. I was actually gonna say,
It's kind of nice that it's only 2 days, actually.
Yeah. I was gonna say the MVP for Dark Cowboy though was GitHub Desktop.
Oh God, yeah.
GitHub was so huge, and it also kind of fucked us over a little bit at first. 'Cause
It
we
paid
didn't know
for
what we
it
were
paid
doing.
dividends though. It was worth those
Yeah.
losses we had. That was crazy how good, how like productive we were because of that. You know.
Just being able to pass, like not even pass, just like update a file on each other's computer is so huge.
And we would just have we had like these sanctioned off areas where it's like, don't fuck with my stuff, you don't fuck with my stuff. Like we'll do our shit separately, but in the same project file. So when we merge, there's no conflicts, and we could just merge and go. And of course, there were every once in a while, but it still was just such a nice experience.
It is kind of nice having one project file in GitHub, and then you and I have our own scenes that we work on separately.
Because then it's easy to just like cross over and merge stuff and try out each other's things, but we're also not going to be like stepping on each other's toes all the time.
Yeah.
But,
I think it would be good to like if we use that for another project, we should try to use that, or we should try to like get used to it a few days before.
That's a good point.
There was kind of a learning curve, and then it became beautiful.
Do a GitHub jam before.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have like a month before the Game Maker's Toolkit jam, right? It's like a while.
Yeah.
So hopefully the idea is, now that I'm done with school, and Connor's back home, or I guess, I don't know, whatever, he's back where his computer is, we can actually start doing these jams again more often. So the idea is we'll start doing these, we'll get back in the flow of stuff, we'll remember how to do everything, and hopefully we'll be like warmed up and ready to go in time for the jam. Because if I had to jump straight into the jam right now, I don't think, I mean, we could probably still make something, but I would be heavily disadvantaged, you know?
Yeah, we got those.
Yeah, we'll turn that in. Put the Mario music over it. Even though Mario's not a top-down game.
We turn this in just exactly as it is.
I mean, when we say there's thousands of games submitted, probably like 500 of them are that, right? Like,
I mean, I am interested to know. Actually, that might be a good metric if we ever go through all the projects, if maybe they get organized in some way.
Well, we can look at the previous ones.
Are they like organized though?
Yeah, you could just look at every game that was submitted to the jam.
Oh wow.
Submissions. So yeah, there were 5,000 submissions.
I'd be curious to know what's the smallest project file.
Can you sort it by size, I wonder?
I don't think you can, but
sort.
Oh, maybe.
Submission order. We could say like the very first one submitted, or least rated. That might be good too. Like the lowest rated one.
Yeah.
Sagona. Yeah. See, this is basically what you were just saying. This is that.
I know, that's better. I mean, that's better. I'm saying you literally square on Unity
Oh,
Blue.
well, that's kind of this.
Yeah.
This is that level, I feel like.
They got ammo and stuff.
It's true. What was the theme? I don't remember.
They're gonna announce it the day of.
Yeah, but this one was 2021.
Oh,
it was joined together. That's right.
Oh, I remember that. I actually, yeah.
I watch all of these videos, so that's why I'm like, like, oh my god, if we get in the video, but it's like not gonna happen because, you know, only like, what is it, like 15 out of the like 5,000 actually get in the video. Like, it's just statistically, like, that's not even, it's not fair.
If they do this every year, it would be cool to do this every year.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Just have a go at it every year to try and get on. That's a nice, fun thing to do. That's like a good like medium large goal, I feel like.
What would you think about, would you want it to keep it just Mippy, or would you ever want to go to the Discord and like try to get a full team? Because I don't know. I feel like I don't know if that would even be worth the trouble, you know?
Getting extra people.
Yeah, because like obviously there's the upside of like they make stuff for you, but like I also feel
Yeah.
like I don't know. That's more people we have to like connect in with the GitHub and like bounce ideas off of and make sure they're contributing and all that. Like I feel like it
Yeah, I kind
almost
of had
feels
the
better.
same. I had sort of the same feeling when I was talking to Colin one time, and he mentioned how he knew someone who wanted to do like video game audio design, you know.
Yeah.
And I mean, I was just like, I don't even know. I mean, that's awesome, but I don't know. I wouldn't have anything for him. Like,
Yeah, because like if we
some of,
had him come to a jam with us, like we would be in the Discord for like probably the full 2 days. You know, we'd sleep
yeah,
maybe, but like he would just hop in and we're just like, hey, could you make like a bubble noise, and then like a jump noise, and he'd be like, all right, and then he'd just work for like 2 hours and then give us those noises, and then we'd be like, okay, and then just keep working. Like I don't know, like
yeah,
there's
and
no
then
way he would be working the whole time on sound effects, right? Like,
yeah,
it'd be like, what would he be
it's
doing while we were doing like working the whole time?
yeah, it's you really gotta just like that's why I think Nick at least is a pretty good
Because it's someone
uh
we know too. Because it's not going to be
yeah,
weird
but
to
it's
have
also
him
someone
like.
I live with, so like just getting like there'd be a project going on in the house in a way. There's like I'm on
That's a
my
good way to put
computer
it too.
working and
Yeah.
stuff,
But I feel
and
like
then
with
he's
that,
just
it's a
over
lot
there.
easier to just kind of be like, "Hey Nick, we need this sound." And he's like, "All right." But like if we're like, we brought you on to this project to make our sound effects for us. Like I feel like those
Yeah.
are two very different like relationships. But whatever. I guess that is
My
probably a good way to make friends too. You know.
yeah, that's true.
It's like if this dude is just a beast at sound effects and he's also just fun to have around. You know, like.
That's when yeah, that's when we have to give other people dap and be like, you know, I don't even know. You couldn't even ask. That's the thing. I feel like the best way to deal with that stuff is to just compliment and try and get to know people. And I don't know. I feel like the best way. This is actually it's always been my opinion that the only good way to like lead a group is to lead by example. So I feel like we just need to get good enough that people want to hop on. You know,
Yeah.
that's always been that's always been the way it's gone. You know.
If I feel like if Scorpy did another game jam and we opened it up like, hey, we're the team that made Dark Cowboy. Like I feel like we might maybe have a little bit of that sway, you know, with the
Yeah,
Scorpy
we
crowd.
have the tiniest we have the tiniest whiff of clout.
I think there are people that would be like, "Oh, Dark Cowboy, I like that," you know.
At least Mike Frog.
Yeah. I remember I talked to Harab too
Oh yeah,
beforehand. I was trying to convince him to join us, but he'd already joined someone else. But I remember I
right.
told him like I'm making that cowboy game, and then the cowboy game made like a pretty big impact. I feel like, considering he spent
Yeah,
like an
we got
hour and
some
a
good.
half on it. And then there was that guy that dropped the demon coin joke in chat like 2 weeks later.
Mhm.
That was a big moment, you know.
Yeah, that felt great.
Again, I guess this is another thing that's like the stream doesn't really have context for that because none of that. It's been a fucking
Yeah,
year. But I mean, here's the
whatever.
itch page. Oh wait, those are games I own, not games I've uploaded. But yeah, Dark Cowboy. It's a game we made for Scorpi's Game Jam, and I ended up very, very proud of it. And Scorpy played it on stream for like an hour and a half. He spent so long on it, and
Longest.
yeah, this was the
So
longest
much time.
game. It's the longest time they spent on the game. This or maybe that fish game. Remember the like
Oh, actually, yeah,
the horror
that one
fish
I
survival game?
feed 15 fish is something that I think about regularly
That was
as
a
like
cool ass game. That was like the
they
coolest game in the jam.
truly like they transcended the jam so well where they
Yeah.
like they made a game that you literally you don't have to know anything and it's incredible.
I think like content to amount of time played ratio, they definitely have the best, you know? Cuz like they did
Yeah.
it was like a small selection of stuff, but Scorpy spent so long on it.
Yeah.
Whereas
They
our
had
stuff was
Gold
like
and
it just
Scorpy
took
like
him
knew.
really long.
Yeah, it's because we overestimate. We kind of knew. We started to
Yeah.
test. We tested with Nick and we tested with Jake or Jason, and they both took like extra long on the coin
It's
trading.
so hard to play test your own game. It's like impossible to know like what's
Right.
reasonable and what isn't. But yeah, here's Dark Cowboy. Play it now. It's very confusing, but I think you could figure it out, you know? Like it's not that crazy. It just like someone in chat while it was being played, someone in Scorpy's chat said, "I think the person that made this can play 4D chess effortlessly." So that could give you an idea of how confusing it was, but it's not actually that bad.
No. I remember someone else said this is like if they made Gmod in, no, what did they say? I forget now. Damn it.
I don't remember either.
It's
I don't know
like
what you're talking about.
they said this is like they made something in Roblox. And then they said, "I've never played Roblox, don't at me." I remember for some reason I remember that so well. Of like, this doesn't seem like Roblox, but it is kind of like Roblox. The way we made it, you know.
I suppose I could see that. No, I can't at all, honestly. I
I
don't know.
mean, and just yeah, I do see the
The through line.
similarities.
And then this is Swallowed Whole. It's like a first-person platformer that. I mean, I was already working on it a little bit before the class project, so it's a little unfair. Like, I think I did do some work on this game in the stream. Um, but whatever. This is another thing that's really, it's only 2 levels, and the first level is really rough. I'm not super happy with the first level, but the second level I'm actually really proud of. I feel like it has some pretty fun little puzzles and stuff like that, and it uses
Yeah,
the world shift mechanic pretty cleverly, I think. But yeah, there's the 2 games we've uploaded in the downtime while the stream was gone, and hopefully we'll have one more there after this Game Maker's Toolkit thing. See, I feel like we might want to go into the Game Maker's Toolkit jam with some idea, like a general idea of what we want to make, you know? Even without the prompt. Like, we're going to make a 3D game, most likely, or something like that, you know? Or, like, would we want to make, like... Maybe we could do the same thing we did with Dark Cowboy, where it's like we use the first-person shell we have for Swallowed Whole and Dark Cowboy now, and just like make new hands, new player model and all that, but use like the same kind of core of like the first person interaction pickup system, all that. Because not
yeah.
everything has to be made beforehand.
I think the main thing is to remember, I guess, that it's 2 days
Yeah,
and not 7.
it's very true. So I don't know. I mean, I guess my main thing about 3D is like I just don't know how to do anything else. So maybe if we took the time to like learn how to do some 2D shit beforehand, maybe
Yeah,
we could be like, yeah, let's make a
that,
2D thing.
that's kind of where I'm at right now, trying to do the 3D to 2D conversion.
Which is weird
That's
because
where
usually everyone does the opposite. So I feel like
yeah.
learning 2D can't be that hard, right? Like everyone starts with that. But
Yeah, I mean,
whatever.
that may just be though to better explain math without using 3 dimensions.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. I think I'm getting the hang of it. It's just more about like slowly learning good techniques and stuff.
Oh, are you gonna send me the jam?
Oh yeah, sorry. What should I send you exactly? Like,
Just the FBX and the texture.
okay.
I mean, it's really not that big of a deal. It'd just be kind of funny to have the image of them both side by side on like a table, you know?
Selected objects.
It's also so that I remember how to put an object in Unity. Just like get myself opening up Unity. That's an important thing that I was keeping up for a long time about learning game development, and I stopped. But like just opening Unity every day and just do something, you know, just like even if you just look around for a little bit and like move an object and like maybe fix a line of code error and then just stop. Just as long as you open up Unity and just look around.
Yeah.
It's a very good way to keep yourself like fresh.
I've been spending so many days opening Unity and saying like I'm gonna recreate Zoop today.
Zoop's
when
had
really-
a big effect on you, yeah.
Yeah, but today was the first day where I was like, I'm not gonna recreate Zoop today. I'm just gonna get it where I can get the movement to move, like I press and it just goes one over. It doesn't move like by a float. It moves by an int. You know. And I
So
got
that's
that.
so you got the step right there. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I would
so
turn
the
up the
step is done.
speed of the lerping a little bit, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean with Zoop, it's like if you're halfway through and you're holding it again, your guy should like zip across and go extra fast, like it should be like if you're holding down, he goes down the whole row, like to the end.
Mm.
So I think that I don't know if that'll be the next step. Right now he can go in all these different directions, but he should be constrained to like 4 and 4. So that's like an easier or easy-ish thing to do, I think.
You sending it?
I need to find library. Is that it? Projects, props, jam jar, jam.
Did you see my graduation video thing I played on the stream? Like, were you able to watch
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Do you recognize that performance of the...
I didn't hear music, actually.
Oh, okay. The music is an important part.
Yeah, it just occurred to me.
Yeah, I think I can... I'm pretty sure it's a really small file. I think I can just send it in the Discord. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I'm curious if you recognize the... Oh, why... God, it doesn't play in the Discord thing? That's annoying.
Not WMV.
Whatever, just download it. You can trust.
Where's the... I gotta remember my desktop. I don't really remember all my...
I ran into that too, where I was like, where's my... I have a Mippy shit folder, and I had to just, like, find it. I didn't remember where it was.
Yeah, that is a... Finding anything where it's blank shit is, like, super difficult.
I mean, I've done a lot of, like, tweaks and, like, bug fixes to this, like, first-person shell in Swallowed Whole, but that's in the Swallowed Whole project file, and now I'm back in this movement file, so I don't know. It's like I'm kind of like undoing a lot of good work for no reason, so I might try to port over some stuff from the Swallowed Whole project.
Oh, I did hear this music. Sorry.
Okay.
It didn't. No, it didn't. It
Didn't ring a bell.
ring a bell. Yeah.
It's from the Russ video when you played the graduation song on your piano.
Oh wow.
You just played it like I got an M2.
Yeah, I do remember that.
I got an M2 and you just played that and like everyone thought it was in the game. Cuz you can like hear me loading the M2 in that clip too. In the song.
Nice.
It's like really slowed down and reverby though, but yeah. Alright, and then I'll make a material with your texture. This looks weird, like out of context without the UV wrap. It's hard to tell what that is.
Oh yeah.
Where is... God damn it, this is what we were just talking about. Mippy shit, there we go. And then props, and then jam. Jam 2, okay, just 2 I guess. Desktop, extra, Mippy. Damn it, I gotta rename your thing too. It's like, of course we're both gonna just call it jam.fbx.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I just replace that with that. I go bada bing, bada boom. Bada bing. Was it 1024? No, it's 256. Mine was 1024. I forgot about downscaling. So look, it's already got some shine to it. I put the same shader I put on mine, so they both have that like
Nice.
reflectiveness to it.
Whoops. I accidentally pressed stop watching.
All right, all right, all right. Now let's make a pyramid of yours too. I have to make a pyramid of like every prop I put in a game. It's so fun.
You know, now that I'm seeing this, a label would have really hid some of my
Oh yeah.
my things imperfections.
I forgot you don't have a. I didn't even notice you don't have a label.
I'm used to my mom making strawberry jam, where it's just unmarked jars like that.
I mean, shit. That's a lot of the images that came up too, so it's definitely not
Yeah.
uncommon.
It's
Oh no, my gray pyramid didn't stand up, but yours did. Oh shit. I forgot to put collision on. Alright, but yeah, you get the showcase. There's the jams. Here, let's make
very
that
nice.
stay up. Bam. It's jam. Mesh collider. Inverted. Grav. Swap wake. Put it in the rigid bodies layer. Put it in the object size script. Small. Rigid body. 2. Okay. That's probably good, yeah. Oh, that's only that one though. Shit. Okay. Prefabs. Sorry, this really isn't necessary, but it is for me. I want to make the jam pyramids, and then I want to knock them over. That's what this is all about. Damn it, my jams won't pyramid. I guess they're just too weirdly shaped to like stack like that. I don't know. Whatever. Alright. There we go. Jam. Pick your choice. Strawberry or grape jam. Boom. Oh, I grabbed.
Gotta get up, it's time to slam now. We got the real jam going down. Welcome to the Space Jam. Here's your chance.
I can't
Do
decide
your
if it's a
dance at the
basketball
Space
joke or a
Jam.
jelly
Alright.
joke.
It's a jam joke.